Mean by that? I am just me. Can't hear you. Once you start to teach, I was just replying the messages. Mean by that? I'm okay. Let's start. Those who are joining, let them join. They can anyways refer the recording for the missed part. Will you keep this in YouTube or remove it? No, it will be there. It will be there. You were kind enough for the paper you gave last night. Yes. Actually, yesterday's paper was easy. That's what the Colonna people were saying. They were like, Colonna paper was harder. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, Midha. Okay, so let's begin. Right. Some of you all already have this tute. You all got it delivered to your house. Okay, not all, very few. And on the other hand side, some of you all, Shamil at the end. Okay, some of you all, what you called, did not obtain the PDF. So, did not get the printed version. So you all can obtain the PDF version from the channel. I'll share you the channel link in it. So those who want the PDF, there's a grade 10 PDF and grade 11 separately. You all can obtain the channel. Let me put this in the chat. Yep, see. So you can obtain the PDF from the channel. Yes, sir. That's the first thing. Second thing, today's session is going to be very, 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 very long. It's going to be interesting. I'll give you enough of content. But keep it aside, it's going to be a bit longer. So make sure that you have your water, all this. You and I'll be giving breaks in between, so don't worry about that. Voice is not. Is my voice not clear for others as well? Or everything is fine, it seems. G, go and check your voice. Amina, I'll check your message. Sorry about that. I'll reply as soon as possible. Okay, fine. Let's start. Yes, Gayatri, I can feel you. Okay, let's begin session now. So before I start off the session, I'll just tell you all what we are going to do today and what is the timing I have planned, all those stuffs. And then let's begin, right? So coming back to the point, session is mainly targeting for the third term test. Majority of you all have tomorrow. So if you don't have the test also, still that's fine. What do you call stay? You're going to benefit from the session. I'm going to just drop me a reminder today. I'll check on that. But yeah, keeping that thing aside, if you take today's session, we start in a while. What's the time now? 4:40. So yeah, we'll be starting around 4:40 p.m. And until around 6:15 at a stretch, we'll be continuing. Don't worry, you will not feel the time flying. So what I'll be doing is I'll be discussing the question with you. I mean, I'll show you how to do the question. I'll not be giving you all time to do the question because we have a limited amount of time. Um, I will not be separately giving you all time to do the question. So if you all want, those who have the printed paper, you all can just start doing it now while I'm teaching. Just mainly focus on my teachings. I'll give you a time to copy what I gave you all. Okay, whatever I wrote notes after explain, I'll give you a time to copy. I'll give you a time to ask questions. But specifically, before I start the discussion, I'm not going to give you a time to do the questions. This is just a small disclaimer. I won't let you all know. So yeah, from 4:40 p.m. until 6:15 at a stretch, we are going to go and teaching. And then from 6:15 to 6:30, there's a small break. So those who are praying, you can go and pray. Those who want to do any other thing, so you can do and come. Is a small break we'll have. And then at around 6:30, we'll start. And this session will go until 8:30 p.m. at a stretch. Okay. So this is how the session one is going to happen. Actually, not 8:30. I think I said 8 o'clock, right? I think 8 o'clock. Sorry. It's going to go at a stretch. Then between 8 to 8:30, there is a break. So basically, in these first two sessions is where I'll be teaching you the grade 10 related contents. Or if you take your grade 11 exam even, for example, some of you are in grade 10, focus in the grade 10 exam. some of you are focused in the grade 11 exam. Keep in your mind, even if you take a grade 11 exam, there is a majority part is coming from grade 10, right? So the grade 10 sections I'll be discussing in this first session. So the OLL 24 and OLL 25, both of y'all can stay commonly in this. And once this 8 p.m. is done, probably we'll be over with all the contents required for y'all. Then from 8:30 p.m. onwards is where we'll be mainly starting the grade 11 contents. Okay. So from 8:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., we'll be focusing on certain contents that are there in grade 11 only. Okay. So this is the plan for today. Now, in this grade 10 timing, I plan to do the paper I gave you all, right? Additionally, if you have time, giving you the summary of logic gates as well as a summary of number conversion. Again, only if we have time, which means we have a paper plan for today. No, additionally, apart from that paper, if we are able to complete this paper, okay, time period, if I was able to complete this paper, then in the remaining time, what I'll be doing is starting off with the logic gate summary, and then we are going to jump to number conversion summary. Just that's just a rough idea of what the plan for today is. Got it? Yes, during the session one, correct. Because logic gate and number conversion is grade 10 content. So grade 11 was same meeting ID and password. Yes, correct. I have a question. I don't have exams tomorrow. So would it be beneficial to join the grade 11 discussion? No, because you're not in grade 11. Grade 11 means I'm talking here about OLL 24. So for you, it will be too advanced because they're talking about third term target. So for you, that will be a bit advanced. So just join only for the grade 10 session. Yes. Okay, let's jump to the session. Yes, double A. How to keep your names in names, man. Your name is like double A. How can I reply to your question? Okay, let's start. That's fine. We can master it today. So let's begin. Let me just take a writing book. I can write on it. No, okay. It's starting from now. The first session is common for both 10 and 11. So yes, stay. Where is the writing book? There's one person called KFC. See. Maybe he's working at KFC. And see here, see how dedicated he's because he can't afford his school or class fees. He's working at KFC and joined the class. See how dedicated student he is. You have to get inspired from him, man. Sasna, it's better through Zoom because you can ask questions here. We can't ask questions there. Who? No. What do you say the name student who has joined the name called KFC? So I start. Anyways, don't do stupid names. I'm not going to see your names anyways. But yeah, let's focus here. Okay, three, two, one, let's start. So basically, what you called the first question we have here, it's mentioned that state the decimal representation of the following hexadecimal numbers 3C base 16 and 1A3 base 16. Okay. Now, if you look at these two numbers, one thing the question has mentioned it's a hexadecimal number. Okay, they have mentioned that the following numbers are hexadecimal. But if the question has not mentioned it, just looking at these two numbers, you can identify it's a hexadecimal number. How? What is the property these two numbers have? That by looking at it, it's looking at okay, it's a hexadecimal number. Correct. You can see we have the base as base 16. So if you have a number, right, and if that number is having the base as 2, it's a binary number. And if the number has no base or the base is 10 or else no base, then what type of number is that? Correct. If it's the base is 10 or if there is no base, that's going to be a decimal number. And let's say if the number is going to have the base as 8, then what is that number? Perfect. That's a octal number. And similarly, because base is 16, what type of number is that? Exactly. That's a hexadecimal number. So looking at the base, you can identify what type of number it is. Now, in this question, what they're asking us to do is they're asking us to show the decimal representation of the following, which means you have to convert this number from hexadecimal to decimal. So let's see how you can convert that. Okay. So number one, Roman number one, A part. So we have the number as 3C base 16. And we are going to convert this number to decimal. Normally, if you're confused of number conversion, one thing I'll tell you about decimal numbers only has the, let's say, you can keep in mind, it has a real value of a number. No, others numbers are like artificial values, the actual value of a number. For our, in our language, basically, it's going to be the decimal numbers that has a real value. So how we can obtain the real value is another question. I'll show you how you can do that. But before I show for the correct answer, let's take a decimal number itself. Let's say we have a decimal number called 75 base 10. And you're supposed to find what is the value of this number. Okay. Now you might be confused. So what do you mean by value of this number, Gila? For that, you have to go back to your Montessori grade 1 Arakal. If you go, you can remember they would have taught you these values of number. Can you remember in your small grades you used to do something like this? एक दो तीन चार पाँच 1 2 3 4 5 6. What do you call this as? It's not abacus actually, it's something else. It's not abacus, there's another name for this. It's actually this thing is called as I told in the class, but I forgot now. It's called not abacus, there's another name. It's called weighing scale. Not weigh, it's called weighing scale, counting frame. Counting. It's called the counting frame. This is called the counting frame. Exactly. So if you want to find the value of this number, you can see in your small days, we used to put ones place, tens place, and in the ones place, you can see 5 balls we have mentioned. And in the tens place, you can see we have mentioned 7 circles, right? Now, if you notice this, if you're going to find out how did they get this word called ones place, tens place, there is a history behind that as well. Okay. These are actually called as place value. These ones, tens, hundreds, that's called place value. There's a shortcut you can derive this place value. What you do is, first of all, you have to mention the base of that number. And then you start with the right side corner digit and start with 0. Mostly if you take computers, when we're starting numbers, we don't start from 1, 2, 3. We start from 0. Okay, so I'm going to mention 0, 1. Okay, we mention and go. Now you can see 10 to the power 0 is equal to 1. 10 to the power 1 is equal to 10. And if we have another number, it's 10 to the power 2. 100. That is why we call this right side corner digit as ones place, the next digit as tens place, and the next digit hundreds. These name ones, tens, hundreds, it came like this. You take the base of the number and the position. Okay. Base and the position. So this is how the place values are formed. Right. So if someone comes and asks you to find the value of this number, how in your small age you would have done something like this? You would have taken, okay, we have in the ones place, we actually have what you call 5. So 5 into the place value, that's 10 to the power 0. And then to find the value, you take here 7 into 10 to the power 1. And 5 times 10 to the power 1 is 5. 7 times 10 to the power 1 is, sorry, 5 times 10 to the power 0 is 5. 7 times 10 to the power 1 is 70. And you'll add those two numbers and say the value of this number is 75. I mean, that's how you find the value of a decimal number. No? What you're going to do is you're going to use this exact idea here as well. Because again, I told you, decimal numbers basically has a value of a number. It has a real value of a number. So when you say 3c base 16, if you're going to find the value of the number, what you're going to do is multiply every digit by its place value from any number system. Okay, any number system. If you want to convert to decimal, what you're going to do is multiply every digit by its place value. So if you take this number which we have in the question, which is 3c base 16, 3c is actually what type of number? A while ago we found out. What type of number is it? Look at the base and tell me it's what type of number? Correct. 3c is actually a, looking at the question, you can see it's a hexadecimal number. Now I told you we're going to multiply every digit by its place value. So 3 is one digit, c is another digit. Now tell me the place value for this. Should I go and write here 16 to the power 0 or should I mention 10? Should I mention 16 or should I mention 10 here? What should be mentioned here? 16 or 10 to find the place value? Correct. Because this is a hexadecimal number, you have to mention hexadecimal's place value, the respective numbers place value. So 16 to the power 0, 16 to the power 1. Always start with 0, go 1, 2, 3, 4, will increase. Now the value of 16 to the power 0, you know, anything to the power 0 is 1. 16 is 16. And this is basically the place value. So what I have done to obtain the place value of the respective digit. Okay, that respective digits place, like ones place, tens place, hundreds place. I have ones place, 16s place. Now to find the value of that number, if you notice here also what we did is we multiplied every digit by its place value. I'm going to apply the same concept here as well. I'm going to multiply the respective digit by its place value. Respective digit by its place value. Now, if you notice here, we have the letter C mentioned here. In hexadecimal, if you take numbers from 0 to 9, you can represent them as digits, fine, as a single digit. But the numbers greater than 9, for example, numbers like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, the numbers which are in two-digit formats, we don't mention them as it is. Instead, we use letters, right? So what is the letter we have for the number 10? Number 10 has A, and similarly, the remaining numbers are in the respective order. So A, B, C, D, E, and F. Okay, in hexadecimal, the largest number we have is F, basically. So when I say 1 times C, what is the value of C? Based on this, tell me. If you take C, the letter C has a value of how much? Correct. You can see here, the letter C's value is actually 12. So I'm going to multiply 1 times C, which is indirectly 1 times 12. So 1 times 12 is going to give me the answer as 12. And then what is the value of 63? Times 3 is 18, 8, 1 remains. 3 times 1 is 3, plus 1 is 4. That's 48. So just like I found here, like I multiply the digit with its place value and got 5 here. Digit with the place value and got 70. I have got the respective digits value. Now to find the value of the whole number, you can see I added earlier. No? The same idea I'm going to use here as well. To find the value of this digit, I'm going to add 48 and 12. That's going to be equal to 50, 60. This is the value of that number in decimal. I told you in decimal, what we do is we find the value of that number. And this is how you find the value. Is that clear of you? Understood how I did this? So anything if you want to convert to what do you call hexadecimal, so anything you want to convert to decimal, just multiply each digit by its place value. How did you find the value of 16? Get it. That is basic place value. Normally, if you take a number, every digit of a number has a value, right? That's why in decimals, if you take decimal numbers, we in your smaller grades, you have learned, right? This is ones place, this is tens place. That ones, tens, hundreds, they are actually called as place values, right? To obtain that place values, we need two data. One is the base of that number and the position. Always to take position, we start with 0 on the right hand side and we increase the position of every digit like this. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. So if you take this 3C number, 3C is actually a hexadecimal number. So to find its place value, this 1 and 16 are place values. To find the place value, I took the base of the hexadecimal number, which is 16, and multiplied it by position. So you start with 0 and you increase by 1. So 16 power 0, 16 power 1, and I found the place value. Got it? Yes, you can do. This is the method you have to do for the exam as well. So this is how you convert. Yeah, this is how you convert. Simple. Just these few steps. Is it okay, right, without the base 10? Yes, correct. Because like I told you a while ago, decimal numbers you can write as base 10 or else no base. Both are correct. You can if you want convert to binary and then decimal, but that's unavoidably too many steps. You just notice where you can do it. No, this is applicable to converting to decimal. Anything to decimal. I told you this is base. This theory is there to convert from anything to decimal. Anything to decimal, you just multiply each digit by its place value and add the value. Correct, Umar. Instead of 16, you use it there. How did you get 16? I multiplied 16 and 3. 16 times 3 is equal to 48. 1 times C is equal to 12. I multiply the digit by its place. That's what I mentioned here, right? So you multiply every digit by. There is a small difference, Akif. Yes, Ibrahim. Okay. Using this idea, let's try doing the second question as well. So answer for the first question is actually 60. Let's try doing the second one as well. Second one is 1A3. Okay. The same thing you're supposed to do as well in Roman number 2. 1A3 base 16. You're supposed to convert it to decimal. So I told you to convert to decimal, what you're going to do is you're going to multiply every digit by its place value. So I'm going to write here every digit. 1 is one digit, A is another digit, and 3 is another digit. And because you can see 1A3 is a hexadecimal number, to find the place value, I'm writing hexadecimal's base. And I told you we start the position with 0. So 0, 1, 2. The value of 16 power 0 is 1. The value of 16 power 1 is 16. The value of 16 to the power 2 is 256. Okay. So what I have done here is basically I have found the place value. Just the place value of the numbers. Now, after I found the place value, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to multiply every digit with the place. Multiply. Multiply every digit with the place value. Gayatri, if there was another term, for example, if there was another digit here, 16 power Z3, 16 power 3. If there was another digit. Okay. So if I multiply the values like that, 1 times 3 is 3, 16 times A. Now the value of A is 10, no? So 16 times A means 16 times 10, which is 160. And then 256 into 56. So what I have done here now is I have found the value every digit. The value, this number 1 base 16, the value of this digit is actually 256. Likewise, I have found the value of every digit. To find the value of the whole number, I just have to add them together. So if I add them together, I can hear 6 plus 0 plus 3 is 9. 5 plus 6 is 11. 2 plus 3 plus 1 is 4. 419. If you want, you can mention the base 10. Is that clear, all of you? Understand how I do this? Can we write the same thing as like 13A or A13? No, those are two different stuffs. It's like you're asking me, is 420 and 42 the same? No, man, this is 420, this is 42. Every digit. For decimal numbers, base is not compulsory. If you want, you can mention base 10. Others, yes. See, I mentioned it. For the number system, you are mentioning base. Decimal, if you want, you can mention 10, or else no base. Okay, so this is how you do this question. If you have any other questions, leave me in the chat. Those who did this question already, or can, if you want, mark your answers. 1 mark for this, and 1 mark for that. If you've done this question already. Next, state the hexadecimal representation of the following octal numbers. Okay. Now, if you look at this question, you can see they're given you octal number. And they're asking you to convert this octal number into hexadecimal. Based on what you have learned up to date, tell me, from octal to hexadecimal, is there a direct conversion method? Based on the knowledge I have learned in school or wherever up to date, tell me, from octal, is there a direct way we can convert to hexadecimal? No. From octal to hexadecimal, there is no direct method you can convert. But there is 2 other methods we have. Okay. One method we have is we can convert this number to decimal, and the answer you get in decimal, you can convert that to hexadecimal. Another method you have is you can convert this number to binary, and the answer you get in binary, you can convert to hexadecimal. Now, tell me, is converting a number to decimal easy, or is converting to binary easy? What do you think is easy? Exactly. Comparatively, binary is actually easy. So I'm going to stick to this binary method. Now let me show you how to convert from octal to hexadecimal, octal to binary. One thing I'll tell you all, while I'm explaining, make sure you write anything and just listen completely. After I explain and I give you a time to ask question, with that time you can write down. Okay. Because what you all do is sometimes some of you all miss the track. Now, to convert from octal to binary, let's see how we can do it. If you take octal number, if you look at the origin of octal number, there's a big history. I'm not going to tell all that. It's going to take time. But the base idea of octal number is, octal is actually another name for octal number system you can call as a 3-bit number system. 3-bit number system, another name for octal number system. Okay. The reason we call it as 3-bit number system is in octal, what happens actually is you take let's say you have binary number like this. In octal, what happens is you just represent this binary number by combining 3 digits, 3 binary. The word bit means a binary digit. Okay. So you're going to combine 3 binary digits and give a value for it. 3 binary digits and give a value for it. 3 binary digits and give a value for it. That's how actually octal numbers are formed. So based on this idea, behind one octal digit, so this is one octal digit and then another octal digit. Behind one octal digit, how many binary numbers are there? Behind one octal digit, how many binary digits are there? Correct. Behind one octal digit, there are 3 bits hiding. So we have to figure out what are the 3 bits used to represent number 5, what are the 3 bits used to represent number 4. There is a shortcut for that. So make sure you focus completely here. Do is I'm going to write the 2 digits, which is number 5 and number 4. I want to figure out what are those 3 digits. Okay. I want to figure out what are those 3 digits. To do that, there's actually a simple way. Now, this number 5 and number 4, I want to represent them using binary. I want to see what are the 3 binary digits I can use to represent this. Actually, what I'm doing here indirectly, okay, I just tell you behind the scenes what's happening. Behind the scenes, what's happening is actually I'm converting this number from decimal to binary. But if I tell you this part, it's going to be a bit confusing. So forget about this part and see the method. I'm not going to tell you why I'm doing that, but just see the method. Okay. What I'm going to do is to convert from octal to binary, under every digit, I'm going to write this number called 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4. If you're wondering from where this 1, 2, 4 came, these are the place values of the first binary digit. Now, don't come and ask me what is place value. Just now I told you what is place value. If you take a binary number's place value, 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2. So that's how I got this 1 to 4. The first three binary digits place value. Now, once I have written the 1 to 4, 1 to 4, okay, just 1 to 4 here and 1 to 4 there. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see to form the number 5 and to form the number 4, what are the three digits or what are the digits I have to add together? Now, tell me, out of these three digits, 1, 2, 4, what are the digits I need in order to form this number called 4? Exactly. I will need only the number 4. Similarly, tell me, to form the number 5 out of these three digits, what are the digits I need? Correct. To form the number 5, I need the digit number 4 and number 1. So what you do is under every set, okay, you can see under number 5, I wrote 3 digits. Under number 4, I wrote 3 digits. No. What I'm going to do is the respective numbers I need, I circled it. Then what I'm going to do is under the numbers I need, I write 1. Under the numbers I don't need, I write 0. So now if you see, I have found the three digits, the three binary digits used to represent number 5, the three binary digits used to represent number 4. So 54 in binary is equal to 101,100. This is the value of 54 in binary. Again, I'll tell you what I did here. Look at it properly. I just wrote every digit separately. Okay. I just wrote every digit separately, number 5 and number 4. And then below every octal digit, for anything can we write 4 to 1? If it's actually an octal digit. Again, this is a method respective to octal to binary, not anything else. So focus on what we are doing here. Okay, it's like you're asking me, can we, what do you call, drive a ship in the road? Ship is used for water, car is used for the road. So you can't take a car and go in the beach, sea. You can't take a ship and come in the road. Each vehicle has each. Okay. So this is respected to octal to binary. So if you want to convert octal number to binary, the method is the same. What you do is under every digit, write 1, 2, 4 and 1, 2, 4. Then what you do is the numbers you need, okay, circle them. To form this number 4, out of the three digits 1, 2, 4, to form this number 4, I need only 1. And out of these three values, to get the number 5, I need 4 and 1. So what I did is the numbers I need to form this respective digit, I circle them. I need 4 and 1 to get 5. I need only 4 to get 4. After I found the digits I need, below them I write 1. And the digits I don't need, I write 0. Now once I do this, I found out the 3 bits, the 3 binary digits I need represent every digit. I told in octal what happens. Every digit is represented using 3 bits. No, I figure out the 3 bits used to represent number 4, 3 bits used to represent number 5. Once I figure out this, I can tell the value of this octal number is in binaries 101,100. Simple. For number 1, there is only 3 digits. What do you mean by that? Is that 4 to 1 value constant for every octal to binary conversion? Yes, it is constant. How the 4 to 1 came? A while ago, I told you one thing. Did you hear that part which I told you that indirectly what I'm doing here is I'm converting from decimal to binary? Because if you take the number 4, okay, I want to convert number 4 to binary, right? And I want to make sure that this binary is there in 3 digits. So what I'm doing here is a reverse engineering of binary to decimal conversion. This is a bit complex. If you understood, keep in your mind, or else forget it. Now, imagine I had a binary number like this. This was my binary number. And let's say I want to convert this binary number to decimal. What do you do? I told you to convert anything to binary, anything to decimal. You multiply by the place value. So this is a binary number. So I take 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, and 2 to the power 2. Again, what I'm doing here is I'm finding the place value. Okay. How to find the place value? You take the base of the number to the power position. So 2 to the power 0 is 1, 2 to the power 1 is 2, 2 to the power 2 is 4. Then you multiply with digits, no? 1 times 1 is 1, 2 times 0 is 0, 4 times 1 is 4. And you know the value of this number is 5. Now, indirectly, if you see, you have this place value called 124. We're now going to find the binary number. I mean, you're going to take octal, see, you're going to take 3-bit numbers, a number with 3 bits, 3 binary digits. You know, take a number with 3 binary digits. That's where this 124 came. Okay. If I'm going to explain the whole process, it's a bit complex because it's unwanted for all. So knowledge you need. But just keeping things simple, keep in mind, where I got this 1 to 4 is they are the first 3 place values of a binary number. Because I want to represent this number in binary. Okay. So this 1 to 4 is basically 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2. They're the first 3 bits place value. Got it? So basically up to here, I have found the binary answer. But is this a final thing the question is asking us? Are the question asking us to keep the number in binary? No, the question is asking us to keep in hexadecimal. So now what we're going to do is we're going to convert this binary number to hexadecimal. We're going to convert this binary number into hexadecimal. Now, if you take binary number, which is 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, I told you a while ago, another octal number system name is 3-bit number system. No? Just like octal number systems are called 3-bit number system, hexadecimal numbers are called as 4-bit number systems. The reason you will understand if you actually know why were they created. Earlier days, writing octal numbers was too huge. When they were writing octal numbers, earlier they used to write octal numbers, right? So when they're writing the octal numbers, sometimes octal, still not octal, binary numbers. Earlier, when they were writing computer programs, they used to write the binary numbers. And when writing binary numbers, it was too long. So to shorten these binary numbers, what they did is they grouped them. Okay. First time when they wanted to group them, they grouped them into 3 bits by 3 bits. Right. So they grouped them, they were like, okay, these 3 bits are going to represent one number. These 3 bits are going to represent one number. The number system they created by grouping into 3 bits, that is only called the octal number. So that's why we call octal as a 3-bit number system. On the other hand, subject hexadecimal, this is a more shortened version. In hexadecimal, what they did was they were like, at the 3 bits are not enough, let's make it 4 bits. So in hexadecimal, what happens is you're grouping the binary number into 4 bits by 4 bits. So these 4 bits are going to represent one digit. And here you can say the 2 bits, no. To make it a complete set, I'll add 0 in front because you know adding 0 in front doesn't change the value of a number. For example, this number is 42 like this also. Like this also it's 42. Adding 0 in front doesn't change the value, right? So to make sure I get a complete set here, I added 2 zeros in front. Okay. So to find the hexadecimal value, I told you a while ago, hexadecimal is a 4-bit number system, which means these 4 bits are going to use to represent one digit. And these 4 bits are going to represent another digit. So let's figure out what are those 2 respective digits. Again, there's a shortcut for this as well. So focus properly on what I am doing, not why I am doing. Why I am doing your focus when you're learning this in the class for the first time. But in seminar, your focus what I'm doing because we have limited amount of time to cover. So focus properly. So I've written the 4 digits separately. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the respective digits place value. 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2, and 2 to the power 3. Always keep in mind, if it's octal, it's 124. If it's hexadecimal, 1248. Just keep that in your mind, more than enough. But indirectly, what I'm doing is I'm writing place values. Now what you do is, wherever the digit is 0, cut the place value and write the sum of the remaining. In this set, remaining values are 8 and 4. What is the sum of 8 and 4? Sum means addition. So what is the sum of the remaining values? 8 plus 4 is how much? Correct. 8 plus 4 is 12. Similarly, what is the sum of the remaining in this set? Only 2. So based on that, what's going to happen is these 4 digits are going to be represented using the hexadecimal digit number 2. These 4 digits are going to be represented using number 12. Now in hexadecimal, we don't write 2-digit number as this. Whenever you get a 2-digit number in hexadecimal, you give a value for it. So what is the letter we give for the number 12? Look at this and tell me. Correct. In hexadecimal, for 2-digit number 12, we have the value as C. So I'm going to say the value of 12 is equal to C. The value of this number is 2C base 16. So number 2 is representing 4 digit. These are 4 digit. Number 2 is representing. The digit number C is representing 4 digit. And these are 4 digits C is representing. I told you hexadecimal is a 4-bit number system. 4 bits are represented using 1 digit. 4 bits are represented using 1 digit. Got the idea? Just keep in mind these two data. These are very important data, this part. That octal is a 3-bit number system. Every octal digit, behind every octal digit, there are 3 bits hiding. And hexadecimal is a 4-bit number system. Behind every hexadecimal values, there's 4 bits. If you get confused 3 and 4, I'll tell you a simple way to re-remember that. Represent number 18 2 to the powers. Represent number 16 2 to the powers. Now octal's base 8, no. Try to represent 18 2 to the powers and 16 2 to the powers. So you can see we get 3 here, octal, and we get 4 here for hexadecimal. So if you just forget what is 3-bit and what is 4-bit, you can decode it using this knowledge. How is 12 coming? Sum of remaining. 8 plus 4 is 12, right? I said write the sum of the remaining in each set. So in this set, 8 and 4 is remaining. Sum of 8 plus 4. Sum means addition. The sum of the remaining is 12. 8 plus 4 is 12. How do you get the first 2? Sum of remaining. Out of the, after I cut the digits, only 2 is remaining. So I wrote 2 here. Here after I cut the values, 8 and 4 is remaining. So sum of the remaining is 8 plus 4, 12. Then octal 54 is 2C in hexadecimal. Correct. Octal number 54 is basically equal to 2C in hexadecimal. That's the final answer. First I converted from octal to binary, then binary to hexadecimal. Shouldn't we add 12 and 2? No, I told you, right? In hexadecimal, understand the logic how it works. In hexadecimal, what's happening? I told you earlier writing binary numbers were too long. To shorten the binary number, they group these 4 bits and gave a value for this. They group these 4 bits and gave a value. So the value representing by 0010 is basically 2. The value representing by 1100 is actually C. So instead of writing this whole long digit, they wrote this digit as 2C, where 2 is representing these 4 digits and C is representing these 4 digits. Got it? Yeah, this method is valid for the exam. This method is more easier than converting directly to hexadecimal. You can't convert directly to hexadecimal, man. From octal, there is no method to convert because octal and hexadecimal are not real number system. They are number system which we made. It's a shortened version. It's like summary. It's not a number system, to be honest. Okay, perfect. So that's how I did. I found. How about hexadoctal? Same method. Hexadoctal, what you do is you have to convert from hexa to binary and binary to octal. Yes, Vikash, yes. Okay, so that's how we found the value of 54. 54 is equal to 2C base 16. Let me find the value of, no, say same question repeated here, 145. Let me show how you can use the same method and find the value of 145, the Roman number 2 answer. Okay. Roman number 2, Roman number 2. The question is basically 145. Again, those who did not understand earlier how I did it, focus properly. Go with me. Just go with me. Don't try to write with me. Just follow my instruction and listen to every word I'm saying because I'm not writing all what I'm saying. Okay. So focus. Let's see. In the question number 4, the C is like this is it a dash? Question number 4. But I did not even come for that question. Wait. Anyways, they're going to convert 145 to hexa. So a while ago, I told you from octal to hexa, hexa to octal, there is no direct conversion method. You can either convert to decimal or binary. Converting to binary is easy. So step number 1 is converting from binary octal to binary. Step number 2 is to convert from binary to hexadecimal. Okay. So let's go for step 1, will you? Step 1, focus here properly. Converting from octal to binary. I told you if you take an octal number, like if you take this number called 145, octal numbers are 3-bit numbers. Octal, another name for octal is 3-bit number system. Okay. The idea of octal number systems are behind every octal digit. This is an octal digit. This is octal digit. This is octal digit. Behind every octal digit, there are 3 binary digits hiding. So we are going to figure out what is the 3 bits for this, what is the 3 bits for this, and what is the 3 bits for this. To figure out the shortcut, again, we are going to figure out 3 bits now. So write 1, 2, 4. If you're wondering from where this 1, 2, 4 came, they are the 3 bits place value. If you take a binary number, the word bit means a binary digit. So if I take 3 bits place value, again, binary numbers place values 2 to the power 0, 2 to the power 1, and 2 to the power 2. That's how I got this 1, 2, 4. Again, don't try to remember that in deep because now you. Right. Are they off that start quick to when? Should I not unmute? See, I should have muted and shouted at everybody. I have noise pollution system within me. Off it, 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 off it. Perfect. Okay. So basically, under every octal digit, I wrote 124 and 124. Okay. If you're wondering how I got the 124, again, I'm saying it's the first 3 bits place value. Okay. What do you mean by the word bit? It's binary digit, right? Now, if you don't, fun fact, I'll tell you that. If you're still confused about why you all are, how did 124 come, this is not the time to figure out that. You should have understood why this 124 is coming, learning number system for the first time. Now you're in the last moment. So when I give you a shortcut, just follow that shortcut. I'm not telling you, okay, you can transparently just follow it. If you try to figure out the logics, we're not going to pay attention to figure out why this 124 is coming. You're going to forget this whole method. So just keep in mind, if I have octal number, I'm going to write all the digits separately. Under every digit, I'm going to write 124, 124, 124. Simple. Game over. Just write 124, right? And then what you're going to do is circle the numbers you need to form that digit. To form the number 5, I need to add 4 and 1 together. So I'm circling 4 and 1 together. In the second set, to form the number 4, I need only number 4. In the third set, to form the number 1, I need only 1. Okay, so what I did here is I circle the numbers I have to add together to form the respective digit. What if the digit exceeds 7? Can it exceed 7? Can you have octal? Is 8 a valid octal digit? Is 9 a valid octal digit? That's why in octal digit numbers are between 0 to 7. Simple. Because you can't represent number 8 using 3 digits. You can't represent number 9 using 3 bits. That is why you don't have 8 and 9 octal. Octal values are between 0 to 7. If you have actually your teacher's number system, the reason why octal is the largest number is 7 is because using 3 bits, the largest number you can represent is 7. Simple. Okay. Anyways, so what I did is I circle the numbers I need to add together to form the respective digit. After I do that, below the numbers I circled, I write number 1. Below the numbers I have not circled, I write 0. Simple as that. Then you get the binary digits representing those respective values. So you can represent number 1 using these 3 bits. You can represent number 4 using these 3 bits. And you can represent number 5 using these 3 bits. So the 145 base 8 in binary is equal to 001, 100, 101. This is the value of 145 base 8. Every octal digit is represented using 3 bits. 101 is representing number 5, then 100 is representing 4, and 001 is representing 1. Is this part clear? How I converted from octal to binary? Step 1. And then on the other hand side, we have step 2. That is what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert from binary to hexa. Focus on this. If you take the binary number I have, it's basically 00, 11, 00, 101. Based on what I told you all this time, tell me, what is the another name we can give for hexadecimal number system? Is it 3-bit or 4-bit number system? 3 or 4? Exactly. It's a 4-bit number system. So when I'm grouping these binary numbers, I had to group them into a set containing how many binary digits? One set should contain how many binary digits? Exactly. So these 4 binary digits, we always start from the right-hand side. These 4 binary digits are one set. These 4 binary digits are one set. Now here we have a set that's going to include only 0. Does 0 have a value if it's in the corner of like this? 0, when it's alone in the corner like this, it doesn't have a value. So therefore, you can ignore this 0. Yes, Sasna. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these values separately, 0110 and 010. And a while ago, I told you hexa is basic. Hexadecimal number system is basically representing 4 bits as 1 digit. So I'm going to figure out what is that digit I have to use to represent these 4 bits. To find the digit equal to this, just write 1248. 1248. Now, wherever there is 0, cut the digit and write the sum of the remaining. In this set, sum of remaining is 4 plus 1 is 5. In this set, sum of remaining is 4 plus 2 is 6. So the answer is basically 65 base 16. 6 is the number used to represent these 3 digits, so these 4 digits. 5 is the number used to represent these 4 digits. So the value of that octal number 145 is actually 65 base 16. Got it? Both are correct, actually, Abdurrahman Shazli. It's like magic. Can we write a 065? Yeah, you can write. That's no problem. But yeah, I'll be sharing all this PDF later, so I can refer this and copy. Yeah? We'll be running out of time. What if the number alone is 1? Then consider it. If the number alone is 1, then you have to make sure you consider it because 1 has a value, but 0 alone doesn't have a value. Again, only if it's in the left side corner. Huh? If it's in the middle, it has a value, but in the left side corner, it doesn't have a value. Shekano. So if it was only 1, then you have to consider it as like 1000. And again, take 1248. Cut. 1. Answer is 165. Got it, Sharin? Okay. Next. So that was there regarding these 2 questions. Let's jump off to the next one. Three switches named A, B, C. Okay. Each sends values of 0 or 1 to logical circuit. Value X is output from the circuit. Fine. Those are saying A, B, and C are inputs, and X is output. Output X has a value of 1 depending on the following conditions. So they have mentioned here the condition on when the output X is going to give you 1. Okay. They are saying the switch, one situation is when the switch A sends the value 1, okay, and switch B sends the value 0. I'll tell you all a small trick on how you can do logic gate question very easily. Okay, so focus on this properly. Now, when you take logic gates, right, if you take these inputs like A, B, C, input can have either two values. What are the two possible values logical input can have? If you take these inputs A, B, C, this A can be either what or what. B can be what or what. C can be what or what. Correct. The number can be either 0 or 1. It can be either 0 or 1. 0 or 1. What you keep in your mind is if you want the value to be 0, okay, if you want the value, if you want A to be 0, consider that as A dash. If you want A to be 1, consider that as A. Similarly, if you want B to be a 0, consider that as B dash. If you want B to be 1, consider that as B. Right? Keep this idea in your mind. If you want the value to be 0, consider C dash. If you want the value to be 1, consider it as the respective digit. Now here, we want switch A to send the value 1, right? So I'm going to consider this as A itself. You want the switch B to send the value 0. So if you want the switch B to send the value 0, tell me, should it be B or B? Correct. Because I want the switch B to give you 0, I'm going to mention that as B dash. Perfect. Now, you can see between these two sentences, between words, switch A sends the value 1 and switch B sends the value 0. They have used a word called AND, right? In logic, in Boolean expressions, in logic gate scenario, in Boolean expressions, to represent AND gate, they use the word AND here, right? To represent AND gate, what is the symbol we use? Correct. AND gate is represented using the dot symbol. Keep in mind, AND gate is using dot symbol. So I can write this switch A sends value 1 and switch B sends value 0. I can represent that in simple terms like this. A gives you 1 and B gives you 0. So, reading this as well, you can read like that, right? A gives you 1 because I told if you take the digit, if you take the character as it is, it's 1. If you take the character with dash, it's 0. Okay. So I have written this simply as, you made guys. Sorry on that. Okay. So what I've done here is I have written here A and A dot B dash. Now, similarly, they have mentioned or. The word or means is represented using its symbol. Basically, what I'm doing here is I'm converting this given English into Boolean expressions. Or means correct. Or is represented using plus symbol. Now, here they have mentioned switch B sends the value 1. So, based on what I told you all this time, tell me if the switch B is sending 1, should I consider as B dash or B? Yes, if you want the B to be 1, give us 1, consider it as B as it is. They have used or switch B sends the value 1 and means what is the character we use? Correct. And means the dot. And switch C sends the value 0. So if I want the switch to give C to give me 0, should I consider it as C or C dash? See, I wanted to give me 0 then. Correct. If I want C to give me 0, I write as C dash. So just by converting this English to Boolean expression, you can quickly find the answer that they're talking about. The circuit they're talking about is A dot B dash plus B dot C dash. Is this correct? I mean, is this clear all of you? Are the brackets necessary? Yes. Because that is a sentence and these are scenario. They have mentioned that these are two different conditions. Simple. Okay. Again, I'll tell you, whenever you get logic gate questions, whenever you see these symbols, right? Always keep in mind a symbol can be zero or else one. I mean, a character can be zero or one. So if the character is going, if you want the character to be zero for a circuit to work, if the A has to be zero, then consider that as A dash. For the circuit to work, if you want A to be one, then consider as A. Now, if you read this question, they have mentioned a switch A sends the value 1. We want the switch A to give us 1. That's why I wrote A as it is. And here they have mentioned switch B sends the value 0. Because I want B to give me 0, I wrote that as B dash. Just English to symbols. Simple. In any case, we can use this trick. Yes, correct. So then if only A is 1 and B is 0, X... No, there's two conditions here. If A is 1 and B is 0, or else B is 1 and C is 0. Wait. Now let's answer the question. After you do this, I'll answer the question. I didn't say read the question basically. Now I'm going to go for the question. Write the Boolean expression and draw the circuit. Wow. Before the question asked us to find a Boolean expression, we itself did it. Okay. Anyways. Yes, Shami. So yeah, this is a Boolean expression. Tell me, I will clear on how I found the Boolean expression easily. Got it? Okay. Use this item. I mean, this agenda which I have here. And then keep in mind, and means dot, or means plus. Let's draw the circuit. With the question asking us to draw the circuit as well. Drawing the circuit is very easy, What you do is okay, I'll tell you this. When you're drawing the circuit, there's an order you have to follow. First of all, you have to draw the NOT gate. Sorry, brackets. After you focus on the brackets, second you have to go through NOT gate. After the NOT gate, you focus on AND gate. After AND gate, you focus on OR gate. This is the order you have to follow. AND or as NAND, both are having the same power. OR as NOR have the same power. So now drawing the circuit, you have to follow this order, right? Now you can see we have two brackets. So I'm going to go for the first bracket. But before I do the brackets, let's just do the symbols. We have here the what are the unique symbols we have here in terms of alphabets? What are the alphabets we have used throughout the circuit? We start from there. What are the alphabets we have used in the circuit? Correct. We have used A, we have used B, we have used C. So when you're drawing the circuit, the first thing you're going to do is write the alphabets that are being used in the Boolean expression. So A, B, and C. Now I told you when you're drawing the circuit, you go in this. So you focus on the brackets first. There is two brackets. Let's go for the first brackets. In the first bracket, you can see there are two gates that is being used. Dash means what gate is used? Correct. Dash means not gate is used. Dot means what gate is used? Correct. AND gate is used. Now, based on that, tell me, should I draw the NOT gate first or AND gate first? Based on what I told you a while ago. Based on this. NOT gate first or AND gate first? Correct. You can see here, after NOT gate only, I have put arrow to AND gate. So first of all, you're going to do the NOT gate. So I'm going to first of all get NOT gate. I'm going to get the B dash. To get the B dash, I'm going to pass B through the NOT gate and I have B dash here. Now I'm done with this part. Is that part clear, all of you? Got it? Perfect. Now I have A here and I have B here. So I'm going to draw the AND gate here. Because you can see between A and B dash, we have the AND gate here. A is there first. We don't go in the order of how the values are written. I told you, first of all, we go for brackets. See, this is the order we follow. The order we follow is first of all brackets, right? So you can see there are two brackets here. This is one bracket and this is another bracket. So I'm going to go for the first bracket. If I go for the first bracket, you can see this dash is there, right? In logic gates, dash is used to represent gate and dot is used to represent AND gate. So based on this idea, tell me, based on the order, tell me, should I do the NOT gate first or should I do the AND gate first? NOT gate first. That is why, first of all, I drew the NOT gate for B dash, for B, and got B dash. Once B goes to the NOT gate, B becomes B dash. right? So I'm done with this part. And then once I'm done with NOT gate, now only I'm going to go to the next gate. What is the next gate we have in these brackets? In that brackets, we have the AND gate. So if you look at this AND gate we have here, in the left side, the input is A. So I took A here. In the right side, the input is B dash. I have B dash from down. So for A and B dash, I'm drawing the AND gate here. Got it? Top I have A, bottom I have B dash. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Now, I'm done with that. Now tell me, I have, if you look at the symbols here, I have an OR gate here and I have brackets here. Should I go for the brackets first or OR gate first? Now plus means OR gate and here I have brackets. Should I focus on this brackets first or the OR gate first? Based on the order I told you a while ago. See, I have written here order. Keep in your mind this order. Yes. I'm going to go for the brackets first. Now let me jump inside the brackets. If I go inside the brackets, you can see there's a dot here. Dot means gate. And there's a dash here. Dash means not gate. So tell me, should I do this AND gate first or not gate first? Who should I do first? Based on what I told you. This is like the BODMAS order, you have this order as well. Just brackets, not gate or AND gate or gate. So can I? Yes. Correct. I'm going to go to not gate. So for the not gate, you can see I have C becoming C dash. So to make C become C dash, what's going to happen is I'm going to pass C through the not gate. So when C goes to the not gate, C is going to become C dash. Got it? So when C goes through this not gate, it becomes C dash. So I got the C dash here. Now you can see we have an AND gate which we'll draw. Always just follow the gates and go. For this AND gate, you can see B is one input, C dash is one input. Left side we have B, right side we have C dash. So what I'm going to do is I have C dash here, I have to get B. Tell me, to get B, should I pull a connection before B, before the NOT gate, or after the NOT gate? Before or after? Which one is correct? If I want to get B, this before line is correct or after line is correct? Exactly. This part is actually B dash, not B. Only this part is B. So if I want B, I had to take the connection before the NOT gate. Okay. So I am taking a connection from here. Now I have B here. Okay. I have B here. I have C dash from up. Again, you can jump the order. That means I can put C dash up, B down, or B up, C dash. You can jump the order. No problem. Okay. I have B, I have C dash. Both of them you can see is connected using the AND gate. So I'm going to draw here the AND gate. So for this AND gate, one of the input you can see is B. Other input we have is C dash. Clear? And then AND gates have equal priority. Yes, correct. It's like in both addition and subtraction equal priority. Yeah, okay. Okay. This is how we draw the symbol up to here. Now we are done with these brackets. We are done with the first bracket as well. Okay, we are done with the first brackets and we're done with second brackets. Now these two brackets, the value for the first bracket is here. The value for the second bracket is here. These two brackets are connected using which gate? Actually, there is no symbol gathering. Dot and whole thing dash. Correct. Those two symbols, you can see those two brackets are represented using the plus symbol, which means OR gate. So the output I'm getting from here is only equal to X. Is this clear, all of you? So the Boolean expression I had here was A dot B dash plus B dot C dash. What if you open a new connection instead of connecting? That is wrong. It always use the existing values because that's the input. Instead of the universal gates, can we use the basic ones? For example, instead of NAND, can we use AND gate and OR gate? Yeah, you can. Can you explain again? Which part? How come there's how come how comes there is not gate? Did you listen to what I was saying? Were you listening why I wrote this part here left hand side? Listen to me now carefully, yeah. In a logic gate question, again listen to me carefully, yeah. In a logic gate question, when they tell you to get a output one, okay, to get a output one, if they tell you that input has to be one, then consider that input as it is. For example, they have mentioned switch A sends the value one. When switch A sends the value one, you're going to get output one now. So if you want the input to be one, take the input as it is. So here you're saying A wants to be one, so take A as it is. If you look at this part, switch B sends the value zero. If you want the input to give you zero, then consider that as input dash. That's what I was writing here. I was like, if you want the input to be zero, consider as A dash. If you want the input to be one, consider that as A. If you want input to be zero, see B dash. That's what I wrote in the left hand side. If you want the input to be zero, if that's a requirement we need, consider that as input to the input dash. Is that part clear? If we get a logic gate, how to answer? I'm actually answering here a mathematical question regarding how to do addition and subtraction. Are the logic gate question, man? I'm answering. For logic gate, the input will be always be one in order to make it zero by one gate. If it's compulsory to be zero, if you want it to be zero, it has to be going to an OR gate, correct? How things in the bracket is the output x, right? How the things inside the bracket is the x output, right? Is correct. Should follow this method for each and every type of logic gate questions like this. Yes, that's the easiest we have. Okay. So what I've done is I use this for my idea that if I want an input to be zero, I consider the input dash. If I want the input to be one, I'm going to consider input as it is. Okay. So that's how I figure out that I want in this part which I highlighted in pink color here, I want A to be A, and here I want B to be B dash. Similarly, here I mentioned switch B sends the value one. So if you want switch B to send you the value one, should switch B give you, so should it be as B or should it be B dash? Based on what I told you a while ago. If you want B to give you one, should I consider as B or B dash? Yes, I told you if you want to consider as one, you consider the letter as this. Now here you want switch C to give you zero. So if you want switch C to give you zero, should you consider C or C dash? Correct. That's going to be C dash. So what I have indirectly done here is I have replaced this whole sentence into a letter. Switch A giving you one, I wrote as A. Switch B giving you zero, I wrote as B dash. Switch B giving you one, I wrote as B. Switch C giving you zero, I wrote C dash. I have just replaced the whole line into one letter. Okay. This convert this and then or to plus and dot. And means dot, or means plus. So they have mentioned the first sentence, switch A sends the value one. So I wrote A here. And means dot, and switch B sends the value zero. So B dash. That's how I got A dot B dash there. After they have mentioned A dot B dash, they have mentioned or means plus. Or switch B sends the value one. So I wrote B as this. Then they use the word and there. So I wrote dot here. Switch C sends the value zero. So C dash. Normally, as per what you call logic gates, we do AND gate first when you're solving the equation. So better put the brackets here. But simply, this is how I did the question. How can I identify the gates using this question? The word and means it's an AND gate. The word or means it's an OR gate. Simple. Okay, so that's it. So these are answer for the question A. Question A, they ask you the Boolean expression and the circuit. If the output is 0, x equals 0, would A, we can't tell. For that only we are going to draw the truth table. So let's see. Is it correct if input C came at last because B came without any bridge? Yeah, you can do that as well. You can. I told that, man. If you want, you can put B up and C dash down. You can take it up and down. That's fine. What if they give values for the letters? Take your grade 10 textbook, go for the logic gate lesson, and first of all study logic gate. Apart from 1 and 0, is there any other values a logic gate symbol can get? Then come and ask me that question. Then the question B, to draw the truth table. So let me show you how you can draw the truth table. To draw the truth table, what you're going to do is, first of all, write all the inputs we have for this circuit. For this circuit, what are the inputs we have? Correct. We have A, we have B, and we have C. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write those three inputs, A, B, and C. Okay, to draw the truth table, again, focus on what I'm telling you all, okay? Don't focus on why am I doing this, why am I doing this, why am I doing this? I'll be telling that while I'm doing it. But focus on what I'm telling. Then you can easily figure out majority of the stuff which I teach you. Okay, so what I wrote here is, I wrote all the inputs that are there in the circuit. Circuit, you can see A is one input, B is another input, and C is another input. After you write all the inputs, next what you're going to do is write all the outputs, every circuit's output, every gate's output. This gate has output, this gate has output, this gate has output, and this gate has output. So every gate's output will write. If you take this gate we have here, the output of this gate you can see is B dash. So I'm going to write one column as B dash. If you take this gate we have here, the output of this gate you can see is C dash. So I'm going to write C dash as another column. If you take this gate we have, the AND gate we have at top, okay, the input we have in the top is A, the input we have in the bottom is B dash, and between A and B dash, AND gate means dot is used. So the output of this AND gate we have here, okay, the output of this AND gate we have is A dot B dash. The reason is because the input from the top is A, input from the bottom for that gate is B dash, and for AND gate, the symbol we use is dot. So that's why I wrote this A dot B dash. Similarly, if I take this gate you have here, the down AND gate you have here, one of the input I have is B, other input I have is C dash. AND gate means dot is used in between. So I can tell the Boolean expression for this B dot C dash. Again, keep in your mind, B dot C dash and C dash dot B, both are the same. So if you swap and write, it is not a problem. So I'm going to write this B dot C dash. Another one is, for the other gate we have A dot B dash. Basically, what I'm doing here is every gate's output I'm writing. Every gate we had, each and every gate we had, the output I'm noting it down here. Then finally, we have an OR gate here. For this OR gate, the input we are getting from the top you can see is A dot B dash. The input we are getting from the bottom is B dot C dash. And OR gate means between the input, we use plus symbol. Right? So I can write that as A dot B dash plus B dot C dash. Yeah, it's a mistake I noticed. When writing, I did a mistake there. Right, no. So either no. Aren't we including the final one is C dot B? No. You can mention as C dash dot B. I think both are correct. Both are the same. B dot C dash and C dash dot B both are literally the same. Right? I already answered that question. No, no, no. Not a problem. That's why purposely I jumble the order. Because you asked that question, I purposely jumble the order, man. You can swap the order, not a problem. But normally we write the inputs first and outputs last. Okay. Why did you put the dash for both B and C instead of C dash? I think your question came late. I have rectified it here. Okay. So now what I've done here is, again, I tell you, I have written all the inputs here and all the outputs here. Tell me, are you all clear about this part, figuring out the column names? Is everyone clear with that? How I got these column names, all the inputs and all the outputs, correct? Right. Now I'll tell you how you can figure out to fill this table. First of all, figure out how many rows are going to be there. Okay. You can figure out this using a small equation using 2 to the power n, where n is the number of inputs. Okay, where n is representing the number of inputs. For this circuit, how many inputs do we have? Yes, A is one input, B is another input, C is another input. So we have how many inputs? Three inputs. So I can write that as number of rows is equal to 2 to the power 3. What is the value of 2 to the power 3? Correct. 2 to the power 3 is equal to 8. So I can tell that there is going to be 8 rows here. Okay. So I'm going to draw the table in such that there's 8 rows. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me extend one more row down. Now this table has exactly 8 rows. Now let's start filling this table. What you do is start with the right side corner input. You can see A, B, C are the input. No, start with the right side corner input and just fill it in this pattern. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1 killer. Fill the right side corner input with the 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1 pattern until the last row. The next input, you double it. So here I'm putting two zeros, two ones, two zeros, two ones. I double it and wrote it. The next input, again you double it. Double of 2 is how much? What is the double of 2? Yes, double of 2 is 4. So I'm going to mention this as 4 zeros and 4 ones. Okay, so I start the right side corner input. I just fill it with 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Next column, I doubled it. So 2 zeros, 2 ones, 2 zeros, 2 ones. Next column, I again double it. 4 zeros, 4 ones. Is that part clear? Did you understand how I got these inputs values filled? Okay, start with the right side corner input. Just fill the table 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Next column, double it. Next column, double it. So here 0, 1, 0, 1. Double of that is 2 zeros, 2 ones. Double of 2 is 4, right? So 4 zeros and 4 ones. Will this method work for every logic gate inputs? Yeah, man. If not, will I teach you? Ask yourself that question. Will this sir come and teach you? Simple. Okay. So first step, what I did is I figure out the number of rows. Figure out the number of rows. I use this equation. And I drew the table like that. Okay. Can we use three zeros and three ones? Go to Google and find what is the meaning of double. After that, come and ask me that question. Or else ask your English teacher what is the meaning of the word double. Then I hope you might get a clarity. You're telling me that if there's a D, I want to double it to 8. Exactly. If there's going to be another input we have here, then it's going to be 8 zeros and 8 ones. Got it? Like 0, 0, 0, 8 times and 1, 1, 1, 8 times. Clear? If there's another input. Walaikum salam, Rasha. No, Rasha. 430. Okay. Now let's start filling the outputs. When you say dash, dash is representing which gate? Correct. Dash is representing not gate. The idea of not gate is not gate gives you the opposite of the input. How not gate works is it gives you the opposite of the input. Now, when you say B dash, the input we have is B. Okay, so we are going to write the opposite of B. Opposite of B means when B is 0 here, B dash is 1. When B is 0 here, B dash is 1. When B is 1 here, B dash is 0. Just write the opposite of the B column here. Opposite of 1 is 0. Opposite of 0 is 1. Opposite of 0 is 1. Opposite of 1 is 0. Opposite of 1 is 0. In B dash, you write the exact opposite of that B column there. Is that part clear, all of you? How I feel that column? Again, if you have any question, you can ask specifically there. Similarly, when you say C dash, we're going to write the opposite of the C column. So that's going to be 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. Exact opposite of C. C is 0 here, I wrote 1 here. Z, 0 here. The opposite of C values, respective, I wrote it there. Okay. So dash means keep in mind, it's not gate. Not gate mean you're going to write the opposite of input. How do you find the inputs? Go and watch this recording exactly this time, half and 50 minutes back. I explain, I ask also, didn't you understand? Okay. Now, when you say B dot C dash, you can see dot is representing which gate? Correct. The dot represents the AND gate. Now, AND gate will give you 1 in situation when all inputs are 1. Okay, AND gate will give you 1 only when all inputs are 1. So based on that, look at this AND gate, which you have here. Dot means AND gate. For this AND gate, you can see, again, focus carefully. Huh? For this AND gate, you can see one of the input is B, which means we're going to refer this column. Other input we have is C dash, which means we're going to represent this column. For the AND gate, you can see it's mentioned B dot C dash. No, B is the left side, which I highlighted green column, and C is right side highlighted green column. So what you're going to do is when you're referring to B dot C dash, you're going to compare these two columns data, the B column data and C column data using AND gates logic. So a while ago, I told you AND gate gives you 1 only when all inputs are 1. Now, based on that, you're going to compare every row. Okay. Compare every row where B is there and C dash is there and tell me out of row number 1, row number 2, row number 3, row number 4, row number 5, row number 6, row number 7, and row number 8. Out of these 8 rows, what are the rows where B is also 1, C dash is also 1? What are the rows where all the inputs are 1 for this AND gate? Correct. You can see in row number 3, both B and C dash are 1. In row number 7, both the inputs are 1. So if you look at the AND gate we have here, for this AND gate, you can see for the B dot C dash AND gate, one of the input is B, other input is C dash. And we're now going to see all the inputs. B is one input, C is one input. Both these input. 1, only in that scenario, it's 1. So wherever it is 1, write 1. The remaining scenarios all are 0. Simple. Okay. So idea you have to keep in AND gate is AND gate gives you 1 when all inputs 1. Is that clear, all of you? Okay. AND gate gives you 1 when all the inputs are 1. So when you take B dot C dash, B is 1 input, C dash is 1 input. I compare the B column and C dash column and so in which rows do we have both B as well as C dash as 1? So you can see in row number 3, okay, and row number 7. These are the two rows where both the inputs were 1. That is why only for those two rows I wrote 1 as output, but the remaining rows I wrote 0 as the output. Got it? Okay, let's use the same idea is there for the next one as well. So if you did not understand how I got that, now focus on this. When you take A dot B dash, okay, when you take A dot B dash, for this AND gate, how many inputs are there? Now this dot is representing AND gate, no? Look at this AND gate and tell me, for this AND gate, how many inputs I have used? Correct. For that AND gate, I have used two inputs. A is one input and B dash is another input. So let me highlight these two columns below. This is the A column and this is the B dash column. Now, a while ago, I told you AND gate gives you 1 when all the inputs are 1. So for this AND gate, compare the all inputs. That means the pink color inputs and tell me, what are the rows? We have both the pink colors as 1. Which rows we have both pink color 1? For the AND gate, A is one input, B is one, B dash is one input. So compare and tell me, what are the rows? Both the inputs are 1. Correct. You can see in row number 5, both the inputs are 1. In row number 6, both the inputs are 1. So for both of them, I have put 1, 1. Remaining all, just write 0. Got it, all of you? Similarly, if you look at the last row, you can see, I mean, last column, you can see, we have used a plus symbol. Plus symbol represents which gate? Correct. The plus symbols OR gate. Now tell me, for OR gate to give you 1, should all the inputs be 1 or should any input be 1? Plus means OR gate. For OR gate to give you 1, should all the inputs be 1 or any of the inputs be 1? Exactly. Any of the input has to be 1. Okay. Either one of the inputs has to be 1. Okay. So in this scenario, for this OR gate we have here, A plus B dash is one input. So I'm going to take this column. B dot C dash is this another input. So I'm going to take this column. So we're going to find the answer by comparing these two columns because for that OR gate, these two column values are the inputs. Now compare all the rows and tell me in what are the rows, any of the input is 1. Again, look at what I highlighted only, the blue. Compare the blue and tell me what are the rows we have any of the inputs 1. Correct. In the third row, you can see either one of the input is 1. Fifth row, again, either one of the input is 1. Either one of the input is 1. The input is 1. In the remaining rows, that is this, and this. In those remaining rows, is any of the inputs 1? Yeah, is any of these inputs 1? What I did not write 1? No. So if any of the inputs are not 1, you just write 0. And tada, you're done with the truth table. This is how you fill a truth table. Is that clear, all of you? I have to get a break a bit at 6:50. Should you always start from the last input? It's better to start from the last input. Like that's a normal habit which many people follow. So yeah. Some people are just shocked by your short tricks. They forget you're teaching our syllabus. Exactly. When I'm teaching all the shortcuts, you all are trying to figure out the long methods. Follow the shortcuts. Simple. You have to highlight like you in the paper. Yeah, man. You think they'll come in with a cane and hit you? If both inputs are one for OR gate, array. Seriously, don't you know the meaning of the word any? Let's say there is a basket, and a- and what I'm saying is there's two baskets. I'm saying if any of the basket has an orange ball, you can come in. So if both the basket has orange balls, can you come in? Yes, you can. Yes, Rasha. Anyways, exactly, Shafana. I feel sorry for you for the explanation. I feel sorry for me as well. Anyways, that's not the point. Okay. To explain this, anyways, I can't do this within 2 minutes. So I'll give you the break now itself. The break was supposed to be at 6:15. Those who join in the middle, this is the plan for the day actually. Yeah. I'll join late. I explain the plan in middle beginning itself. Okay. So yeah. But you call now we are done with this session, right? There's a break from 6:15 to 6:30, right? So by 6:30, make sure you're back. From 6:30 onwards, we'll be continuing the remaining portion. So be back. Same link, same process, everything same. Show the hexadecimal part. Here. On the or the previous one. You can stay in the meeting because I'll be there. You can ask any questions. You're becoming RH and he's becoming you. Strange. You mean he's becoming good and I'm becoming bad? Oh, vice versa. Once again, can you explain how you found B.C dash? Yeah, sure. B.C dash, okay. You can see used the AND gate, right? Dot means AND gate. And for this AND gate, B is one input and C dash is another input. So I'm comparing this B column, which I had in green color here, and C dash column, which I had in green color here. I'm going to compare these two columns only when I'm finding the answer, right? Because for this AND gate, only those two are inputs. So how you figure out the output is this is the logic of how AND gate works. AND gate will give you one only if all your inputs are one. So in this scenario, when I say all, I want B also to give you one. I want C dash also to have one. So the instances where B and C dash both are one is you can see in row number 3, B is also one, C dash is also one. In row number 7, B is also one, C is also one. C dash is also one. That is why only in these two rows I wrote one here. The remaining rows I wrote zero. Is that clear? Yes, Shirath. I will pray after it. I can pray in 5 minutes. After. Yeah, Lama, what to do? What will happen if there is NAND and no? You break the NAND into two sections. Easy. Break the NAND into and then not. So it's easy for you. Yes, Sasna. Can I see the time again? Yes, here you go. Iksan, I'm doing this paper. Those who don't have this paper, just drop the chat PDF in the chat. Actually, I'll drop the channel link in the chat. The channel has a PDF. So in that PDF, you can see what are the corrections I'll be doing today. Let me reply one. His seminar is until 8 or 8:30. 8 and after 8:30, grade 11 starts. The session 2. Just check the channel. I have mentioned the timings. This is session 2. Well, teaching class, he left us at 1 physically for your information. Wow. Ah, you mean punctuality in class? I'm finishing class on time and he's finishing late. Makes sense, makes sense. What are you doing here? Can you tell how to draw the logic gate circuit when the Boolean function is given? So what you do is you identify the symbol and draw the gate. If dot is there, if plus is there, OR gate is being used. Dot is there and gate is being used. If dash is there, not gate is being used. So if you have a plus b dot or plus c dash, what you do is you go for the brackets first. I told the order here. Oh, you have to follow this order, right? First brackets, then not gate. First brackets, then not gate, then AND gate, then OR gate. Okay. So if I go for the brackets first, you can see A and B. Okay. Create A dot B, dot means AND gate. So I'm going to pass A and B through AND gate. Now this is going to give me A dot B. Once I'm done with the brackets, I have two options. I have OR gate and NOT gate. But as per the order, after brackets, you give next priority for NOT gate. So to make C become C dash, it's going to go through the NOT gate. So I have C dash here. Now I have A dot B here. I have C dash here. You can see both these values are going to plus. Plus means OR gate. That is how you draw the circuit. Got it? Lamma, I think physical cut in money. And I did not know the time of that. What about no? Again, use the same break it, break it. Break the no into O and not. That's easy. Less errors. Has the break started? Yeah, yeah, the break started. Why are you not replying for my chat? Because your question is not relevant to what we're learning today. And go to play. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be starting at 6:30. I'll be so good. Will reply the doubts which I have here. Still, I have not finished the judge. Yes, yes, today, yeah. This answer gave this as Pongal offer for the 11.5 yesterday in the recap class. Wow, nice. In this type of logic gate question, is it better to separate NAND gates and then gate? Yes, I would recommend you to separate NAND gates and then not. That will have less error. What if there's a small dash upward the letter, just like the next question refers? That is not gate. Can you explain blah 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 blah? Rizlan's laughing at your story. He was telling a bit of story with him. And I was like about my story. Yeah. What did I put? I only put about one fellow dying. I can't remember. You're all easy. I mean, that's the problem. What can I do? I'll bring it. I'll show you my Dubai this one. Then you'll understand, man. Okay, man. Lama, join, join. Hana, I'll do that at last. Oh, wait, Hana, just give me a couple of minutes. I'll tell you. Wait. Is a triangle and circle compulsory? What a question, Gayatri. What is the symbol we use when connecting gates? Line. I hope I understood your question correctly. Samla, wait. To write Boolean expression, NAND and no. NAND is like this. Dot and whole thing dash. No is like this. Whole thing dash. I don't spam the chat toy. Sheesh. Can I show the order? Yes, this is the order. How to do a question when there's a small dash upwards like the next question? And I'm coming for the next question. I mean, did I tell I'm going to skip those two questions? Poruma, poruma. Same method only, but just focus and show. Dun-dun-dun. One person was spamming the chat and kick that person out of the room. Class. Bye bye. Yeah, Lam. What do you mean by how? Islam was explaining the current now students how good you are in. See. Why is he releasing company secrets? Yes, Rasha. Actually, Rasha. No, Rasha, right? I'll go to pray at 6:25. Actually, 2 minutes I'll reply. No, like a symbol when connecting a B dash circuit with another one. Depends on the question. If the dot is used and get, the plus is used or get. How will these types of logic gate questions come from them? Depends on the scenario. Again, you can, whenever you have and is going through the not, you can simplify that through replacing this with an AND gate. So in the scenario, you will never come across NAND and NOR easily. Mostly in a scenario, you might come and going through NOT. In certain scenarios, you will come that's complex. Yes, my man. I thought I was the only one in our section who talked nice new time. But now I'm glad that you was joined. Why, man? Why? Okay, I'm gonna pray. I'll quickly pray and come. I'll be starting at 6:30. Okay, it's 6:30. Is it Abdullah? Okay, so we are going to start the next part from here, or the continuation from here. Focus. So we are done with the first few questions, Roman number one, Roman number two, Roman number three. And now we are jumping off to Roman number four. So I want your attention completely here. They are given the questions, draw the logic circuits for the following Boolean expressions. Let's do it. So let me take the question. The circuit we have is A plus B dot A dot C dash. Okay. Keep in mind, you can write C dash like this. You can also write C dash like this. Both are representing C dash. Again, you can A dot C dash with the whole thing dash, you can write like this. Or else, if you want to use the second method, you can write A whole thing dash like this. Both of them are meaning the same. These two are same. These two are same. Is that clear? Do you all randomly get high pitched noises at the moment? Like someone shouting? Like, okay, that means my laptop's background noise cancellation is perfectly working, but my ears noise cancellation is not working. I think I have to follow the lead-based class method. Drill machine, not drill machine. A baby crying, coming down. Fine, let's continue. If you are my class students, you all know between me and noise pollution, how is the distance? We maintain social distancing to the power of 10. But yeah, okay. So let's draw this gate. Now, when you're drawing the circuit, you have to follow the same exact methods. What the people you think I'm mad then? If I do it. Anyways, you're going to follow the same method I told a while ago. You're going to first focus on drawing the brackets. After you go inside the brackets, second preference you're going to give for the NOT gate. Third preference you're going to give to draw the AND gate or as NAND gate. Both of them have equal preference. And the least preference you're going to give for the OR gate or else an OR gate. They're having equal preference. So this is the order of preferences you're going to give, drawing the circuit. Now, if you look at this scenario, you can see there are two brackets. This is one bracket and this is another bracket. So because there is two brackets, you can decide what bracket you're going to go for first. I'm going to draw these brackets first. Okay. So if you look at that brackets, inside the brackets, if you jump in, you can see there is one input called A and another input called B. So I'm going to represent that. I'm going to take A. I'm going to take B. Look at that bracket and tell me what is the gate used in between A and B. Look at that symbol and tell me based on the symbol given, the plus represents which gate being used. What if there are both AND gate and NAND gate in the same question? What should we do first? Your wish. Both are equal preference. Yes. Plus means OR gate. So between A and B, I'm going to draw the OR gate. Now, if you notice, I am done with this portion of the circuit. A plus B dash, I'm done with that. Right? Is that clear, all of you? How I drew that? If you have any questions, now it's a last. Once I complete this question, if you come and ask me, so how do you draw A plus B? I'm not going to tell you. Huh? That's why when I do every action, I ask you, did you understand? So if you don't understand a specific action, then and there, ask. Right? So what I'm doing here is I'm going to follow this order when drawing the circuit. Right? So the question they have mentioned is just A plus B. No? So I'm going to draw the A plus B. Right? So if you look at this question, you can see here, there are two brackets. I told you to first focus on the brackets. No, there are two brackets. A plus B is one brackets. A dot C dash is another bracket. You can decide which bracket you're going to go for first. The first bracket called as A plus B. Now, if you go into this bracket, you can see we have two inputs being used, two symbols you can see, two letters being used. So I wrote those letters A and B. In letters, you can see the plus symbol. In a logic gate, plus symbol represents OR gate. So that's why I drew the OR gate here in between A and B. So the result you get from here is A plus B. Is that clear? You're speaking just like RH. Is it B dash? No, it's A plus B just. Yeah. If both are equal preference, why do they have two gates? They can have one gate. No. If I'm going to give you a invitation card, okay, I'm asking you invitation cards to your parents and siblings. I'm telling you, first preference give your parents, second preference give your siblings. Okay, two parents, right? Your father, your mother. You can decide whether you're going to give your father first or mother first. Can you replace both of them to one person and tell this is my parent? So I can call this person as my father, I can call this person as my mother. Like one person. It's like you're asking like that. These are two different things, given equal preferences. You seriously need some English class, man. See. Anyways, let me focus back here. Next one we have is A dot C dash. So if you go inside these brackets, you can see we have dot representing which gate? Dot is representing which gate? Correct. Dot is representing the AND gate. And here I told dash, right? So dash is representing which gate? Not gate. Now, based on that, tell me, should I do the not gate first or should I do the AND gate first based on the order I told you? Exactly. Focus on the not gate first. So to get C dash, C is going to go through the not gate and C becomes C dash. So I have C dash here. Now, once I'm done with this, I have C dash here, I have A here. A and C dash are going through the AND gate. So we don't again write A. We're going to use this A itself. Because A is going to clash through B, I just put a small overtake here and come. So I have A here, I have C dash here, both of them, A and C dash. This is A and this is C dash. Both of them are going to go through the AND gate because dot is representing AND gate. Now here I have A dot dash. Is this clear, all of you? So now I am done with the second brackets as well. The first bracket and second bracket, they both are connected using which symbol? Using which gate? This dot represents which gate? Correct, AND gate. So I'm going to draw here an AND gate to show the final output. This is how your circuit is. Is that clear, all of you? Whatever I have written in brown color is not important. I just wrote it for fun. Okay, perfect. You don't have to write, I mean, they have not mentioned x equals or a equals. You can just keep it as this. Only the circuit is important. These Boolean expressions are not important. I just wrote it for fun. That's why I said brown is not important. Okay. Similarly, let's start drawing the question B. In B, we have A dot A dash plus B plus B dash. Let's do this. Again, same thing. First, you're going to focus on the brackets. So if I go into the brackets, the first brackets I have is this fellow. Now, if I go inside this bracket, there's another bracket. So I have to focus on these brackets. And if I go inside this bracket, you can see there's a NOT gate used and there's a plus used, OR gate. And you know, as per the order, you have to do the NOT gate first, A dash first. So A is going to go to the NOT gate. And now I have a dash. Now, once I have A dash, the next thing to get this, to create this bracket is I need B. So I'm taking B here. And you can see plus is used. So plus means the OR gate. So between A dash and B, I'm using the drawing the OR gate. Now I'm done with these four brackets. Next, you can see for the big brackets to complete, you connect this A dash plus B. So the A dash plus B, no? I have to connect this A dash plus B with the value of A. So I'll take A like this itself directly. Now A and A dash plus B, they're going to be connected using which gate? Look at this and tell me. We have to do the small brackets. I have to teach you all English, man. When I say order, you do brackets first. Okay. You went for this brackets because that's the first brackets you can see. Now inside these brackets, the symbols you can notice are what dot is there representing AND gate, and you have brackets. So what you have to do first? AND or brackets? Brackets. If you go inside these brackets, you can see there is not here used and or here used. So as per the order, you have to go for the not. You just go for the small path. You see what to do first. Just go in this order and see what to do first. Simple. I think you should also keep a seminar for an English exam. I feel so. Can't we put a hook and draw A and A under B? Can. I just took it there for neatness purpose. So I don't have to draw that hook. So I have A there and B here. And you can see A and B are connected. A and A dash plus B is connected using the AND gate. More English as well. Wow. Then I definitely need to do English exam. Seminar. Anyways, so now I have here A coming from the top, A dash plus B coming from the bottom, and I have drawn A dash plus B. Okay. Will it be wrong if we don't draw it in order? Yes. It's definitely wrong if you don't draw it in order. If it is not wrong, will I tell you to draw in order? Just think. Make sure. We shouldn't color the end gate now. Yeah, don't color. I mean, I'm just doing it for fun. Okay, fine. Now I'm done with the big bracket. So I'm going to go for the next. So I have here the B dash. To get B dash, I'm going to pass B through the NOT gate. When B goes to the NOT gate, B becomes B dash. So I have B dash from the down and A dot A dash plus B from the top. And you can see both these, the big brackets and B dash are connected using plus symbol. Plus means which symbol, which gate? Correct. Plus means it's the OR gate. You anyways can't draw it in different order, Nick. You can't draw. The people who asked that question don't have that. I'm going to keep them shut. How do you figure the order? Go to PETA. In PETA, there is a road called Prince Street. In Prince Street, you go inside, both the sides you see, you will find spectacle shops. In spectacle shops, you go and ask them, please go and check my eyesight. So once you check your eyesight, they'll look at your eyes and they'll scan you, read some numbers, and they'll give you spectacles. Pay some money and buy the spectacles. Then come and then you come and read this. After you go through this, still if you can't understand, then what you do is you have to go for the hospital. In hospital, there is something called ENT center. You can go and check your ears. So check your ears and see whether you can listen to the part where I told that this is the order you have to follow. Okay. Still, if you have a problem, then what you do is you have to go for a English class to understand what I'm saying. Clear? I have given the order here, man. This is the order you have to follow. Simple. I think you followed all these things. That's why you have sticks. Yes, Gayatri. But yeah, the basic idea is though for me, those who I was being sarcastic here. For those who asked me, one of the person who asked me what do you call how to figure out the order, this is the order you have to follow. Just like even maths, we have BODMAS, no. Just like maths, we have BODMAS calculations. In logic gates, we're not drawing circuit, follow this order. Simple. Why should we share the gate? Go and watch the recording. I told not to share the gate. I'm just sharing it for fun. Okay, perfect. So that's how you do it. Anyways, that's how you draw this gate. Anyone having questions regarding this? Ask your questions. You have freedom to ask. I mean, as long as the question is a valid question, I'll answer. If it's like a Baba question, I will make fun of you. But again, after I make fun of you and again answer a question, so make sure you ask your question because I'm not revealing your name. In some question, there's a dash above the full brackets also. No. So what is that? That's NAND gate. Whole thing. I wrote it here, man. Were you sleeping? Here, whole thing dash means NAND gate, and plus and whole thing dash means NOR gate. You change sides like people change clothes. Hmm. No, I actually first of all go for the sarcasm mode and then I come for normal. Yeah, yeah, it is recorded. Should we write the output on the line? No, man, no. Is it wrong to use colored pens during exam? Oh, it's because my teacher said can't. Your answers has to be written only in blue color pen. You can't use any other color pens. Simple. Exactly. How about the summary number conversion paper you gave? Go and watch the recording. In the recording, I wrote this whole thing. When I was writing this whole thing, I jabbered some stuffs. There I told you. It's a good question. Simple. No, normally in your exams, you're not supposed to use black pen also. Only blue pen you can use. Haven't your teachers taught that way? But yeah, with that, we are done with that first page of your tuts. Sheesh, sheesh, sheesh. Very bad teachers I'll have. The correct method is your use of the blue pen. If we put a NOT gate to a NOT gate, it's the same. If we put a NOT gate to a NOT gate, it is the same, right? Yeah, NOT gate to NOT gate will give you the same as the input. It cancels off. Okay. Question number 2, Roman number 1. Exactly, Hannah. I can feel your answer. Yes, Gayatri. Okay. Question number 2, round 1. What is it, Shaza? The following is an income report of Sri Sumangala Mahavidyalaya. Yes, Sohamendra. Each house collected more. Each house collected money from their students to cover the expenses of the sports meet. Yeah, what school is this, man? They're collecting money from the students. Anyways, 10% of the total collected by each house goes to school. What my school is a panja school, no? They're taking the money for the sport meet and they're making profit also from the sport meet. Anyways, fine. Yeah, Shada, yes. Okay, let's answer this question. Why should we comment on this school? Write down the correct formula to find the amount collected by Hansa House. What a name. In cell G5. Okay. Where is G5 cell? Column G, row number 5. This is G5 cell. So in this G5 cell, you're supposed to find how you can calculate the what do you call the amount collected by Hansa House. Let's see. Now, when you go through the data, you can okay, you're going to go through the data, right? When you go through the data, you can see mention the fees per student is 100 rupees. 100 rupees. ಏನಂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಯಾಕೆ? 100 rupees like your it's like not a big amount, right? So not a problem. Okay, so they're going to charge from each student 100 rupees. It seems in this school, in Hansa House, there is 1040 students. Now this is where you need the knowledge of ICT plus general knowledge plus maths plus common sense. If you don't have any of them, this question is going to be hard. I hope you all have them. Can I hope that you all have them? Anyways, plus English. Yes. Forgot the English. Ne? Plus a bit of English. Nothing. Okay. It's going to be hard. But yeah, we don't have the common sense. That's a problem. Okay. Now, imagine you're going to collect from each student 100 rupees. And there is 1040 students in the school. Now, based on that, use your common sense and create a formula. Tell me what should I do between these two values? Should I add these two values, or should I multiply these two values, or should I divide these two values? What should I do to get the total amount 104,000? So literally judging dash dash. Not exactly, but yes, they are going to multiply those two values, right? Use your common sense, you all know. To find if there's each student, you're going to get 100 rupees. There's 1040 students. And if you want to know the total amount you collected from 1040 students, you just have to multiply it. Now, when you're writing formulas in spreadsheets, right? Normally, we write these formulas using cell address. Okay, right? So to find the total amount collected, I have to multiply 1040. Tell me in which cell address do I have the number of students in a school? To find the cell address, you need the column name and the row number. Huh? Sooner or later, I think we will see you teaching in sign language. Let's see. Or I might create my own language. I'll be like study that language and come class to my class. But yeah, okay. You have to do. You have to go for the E5 cell, and then to get the fees per student, the amount collected in Hans house by each student. That is there in which cell? Jupiter Lanka's language exactly. Actually, if you are learning, if you are doing a degree in foreign country, imagine there are certain people to complete medical degree, they go to different countries. For the first year of their degree, they'll be learning language. After they learn the language, from second year onwards, they'll start learning the degree. Like, for example, take my father as well. Actually, in the first year of his degree, he learned Polish. From second year to eighth year only, they basically for 8 years, they were learning, 1 year they were learning language, and for 8 years, they were learning the degree. Okay. So, like that, for my classes, I do. First, I will learn my language. Second 2 years, I teach ICT. Good, Nathan. But yeah, yes, 8 years. I bet the new children must be wondering what in the world is happening here. Exactly. You all have been very familiar with what I do in class. But yeah, okay, anyways. So, what's your father is a doctor? Okay, if I have the number of students and the fees per student is there in F5 cell. So, if you multiply EF into F5, you get the answer. So, total amount collected. So, if you are, what if they say us to write a function? There is no function which you, in your syllabus, which you learn to multiply. There is a function in reality, but in your syllabus, you don't learn a function to multiply. The students who come to study ICT will leave after O-level studying all the subjects. That's a true fact, actually. Yes, Shakir, it's wrong. They have taken these names from Sandesha Kavya, maybe. Okay, next. Something like equal sum. That's function. You don't have to use a function here. You have to use a formula. Can I know the difference between a function and a formula? It is like this. Now, if you take formulas, you have, for example, let's say I want to add these values. I'll be like E5 plus E6 plus E7. I'll be adding cell address by cell address now. You can see between all these three cells, I'm applying the same logic, which is addition. Okay. So when there is a specific task that is repeated among a range of cells is collection of cells. So if you're going to repeat a logic for a say, range of cells, to make your work easy, spreadsheets, we have something called as formulas. So instead of measuring equals E5 plus E6 plus E7, you can write the formula function called sum. Okay. So these are functions. Okay. I'm including this function inside a formula. Sum is the name of the function. Okay. And for this function, I'm going to mention a cell range as E5 to E7. So when a logic is repeated repeatedly, you can use a function instead of mentioning each and every cell address. So instead of this, you can replace this with this. So function is just a thing, just like you can include numbers in a formula, just like you can include symbols in a formula. Function is also a thing that can be included inside a formula. Got it? It's just a thing. Simple. Brackets is not important. Khadija Aslam, yes. Brackets does not make a difference here. Is G5 equals to E5 into F5 correct? Wrong, wrong, wrong. If formula start with equal symbol, if you mention something is equal to that, it's wrong. Okay. Next question. Is there any function for multiplication? Yes, there is a function for multiplication, but that is not there in your syllabus. So forget about that. You have to mention your formula starting with the equal symbol and then the cell address. The contribution, the dollar symbol, I'll do it in another question. There is a question which asks about the dollar symbol. So I'll do the dollar symbol in that question. So equal sum E5 into F5. You will get the correct answer, but that's wrong. You will not get marks for the paper. A simple thing, man. Let's say, writing answers in a question paper, you're supposed to write the answer using pen. Let's say you're so jobless. So you take a pencil, you write the whole answer paper in pencil, then you erase it and again write in pen. Okay? If you do that, are you getting the wrong answer? No, your answer is correct. But is it worth to do all those stuffs? Is it necessary to write in pencil, then again erase and then write in pen? No. So in this question, when you can write a formula directly, write a formula directly. Why do you want to unwantedly include a function here? At least if they have told you use a function, fine. They are not even talked about a function in this question. Okay, next. The contribution percentage is given in cell E10. E10 is here. So you have the contribution percentage mentioned here. The amount of contribution to the school. Okay. I actually told this in the paper class. I can't remember which paper class, but one of the free paper class I told you about this. Look at this cell and tell me, is this cell containing a number, a numeric value, or is this cell containing a label, or is this cell containing a value? Normally, if you take a spreadsheet, there are three types of data a cell can contain. A cell can contain a label, a cell can contain a value, or a cell can contain a formula. At the end of the day, a formula will return a value, or else a formula will return back a label. So look at the 10% and tell me, does it look like a variable or a value? The grade 10 worksheet also I did that. Yes. 10% is actually here a value. Normally, by default, if you go and enter value in a cell, values are aligned to the right hand side. Labels are aligned to the left hand side. What is a label? What is a value? Good question. Value is something that you can measure. Value is something that you can measure. Label is something that you can't measure. So 10% is something you can measure. So it's a value. Paravi is a label. You can't measure it. Total is a label. You can't measure it. Got it? You can measure like prices, all those stuffs, values. Clear? When is the paper class? Paper class is for the 24 batch, not for you also. Forget about that. But for the 25 batch, I did the worksheet. Okay. So they are saying the contribution percentage is given in this cell. It seems fine. The amount of contribution to the school is calculated by multiplying the amount by the contribution percentage. Then values are basically numbers. There is a small thing there in the paper class. I told that's complex, but I'm not going to tell about that. But yeah, values mostly are numbers. But again, apart from numbers, there are some other stuff as well. Okay, anyways, the contribution is calculated by multiplying the amount by contribution percentage. Okay, write down the formula to display the contribution to school in cell H5. So H5 is here. For Hansa House. Okay, you want to find out what is the amount given for the contribution to school. I'm going to ask you two questions. Which of that is correct? Again, that's not the final answer, but logically tell me. Logically, again, both I'm going to write two answers. Both the answers are wrong, but what do you think is the most suitable answer? Tell me, okay? Both the answers are wrong, but out of the two answers, tell me what do you think is the most suitable answer? Answer one or answer two? Answer one, I'm saying is again, I'm giving you the disclaimer. Both are wrong. Focus and tell me which is most suitable. Huh? Answer one, I'm telling is the amount is given in cell G5. No, I'm going to multiply the amount by the contribution percentage. So contribution percentage is given in E10. So should I just take as G5 into E10 or should I take as G5 into E10 divided by 100? Both are wrong, again I tell you. But what do you think is most suitable? One or two? Both are wrong, but what is most suitable? Should I divide it? Okay. Keep in your mind one thing. In a spreadsheet, in a cell, if you see a percentage in a spreadsheet, inside a cell, if percentage. And if that percentage is right aligned, probably it will be a value. If that same thing is left aligned, probably it will be a label. Okay. Label, you can start letter L. No, L means left aligned. Right? If it was a label, you can't do the multiplication. That's the first thing. But again, I'll tell you a fun fact. You don't have to do this division. This is the most suitable answer. Again, it's wrong, but the most suitable answer. The reason is because in spreadsheet, there's something called as number format, which means you can set the formatting of a cell. Actually, when we're entering data for the cell, they don't type the word RNS. They just type 10350, 10,350. When they type the 10,350, automatically the RS comes. The reason is because we have done something called as formatting here. Similarly, in 10% here, they don't type here 10. They actually type here 0.1. It will represent as 10%. I will show you that practically. So see. But it will be posted channel. Your answer is wrong because they said they'll copy to the other cell. What should I do for this fellow? Shall I put this fellow out of the class? Did I tell my answers correct? I repeated for around 100 times. Both my answers are wrong. Both my answers are wrong. 100 times I would have replied, repeated, man. I know that you will tell that. Focus. I'm writing in this cell 10. I'm writing in this cell 0.1. I'm going to select both of these cells. I'm going to go for this something called format. I'm going to go for number. Here I have option called as percentage. So when I selected the percentage, you can see that 0.1 automatically became 10%. Now I'm going to select all these cells. Okay. Let me put a color these cells so you know that what are the cells I'm selecting. Color these cells so that you can differentiate it. Okay. The cells which I've selected here, I'm going to go to format. I'm going to change the number to percentage. The number percent. Now when I go and write here 0.1, you can see automatically the 10% came. I mean, automatically the percentage came. See 10%, 15%, right? Now, if I written 1,000 rupees here, to add the rupees symbol, I don't have to write RS part. Again, data, sorry, format, number, currency. By default, you have the currency in pounds here. So if I want rupees, I'm going to mention Sri Lankan rupees. So if I select Sri Lankan rupees, you can see 1,000 came. So when I'm entering values, I just go and enter here 500. When I enter 500, click on enter, it became rupees 500. If I go with 2,500, rupees 2,500. So in number format, you can adjust these values. You can make rupees come, percentage come, all those stuffs. Now let me tell you a fun fact. If I multiply 1,000 and 10%, what is the value of what is 10% of 1,000 rupees? Again, this is maths. What is 10% of 1,000 rupees? Exactly. 10% of 1,000 rupees is 100 rupees. No. If I put equal symbol and multiply these two cells, you can see I'm getting 100 rupees here. So in this scenario, did I divide? After I multiply 1,000 10%, did I do the division here? You can look at the formula here. Did I do any division? No. So keep in mind, if a cell is given as a percentage, formatted as percentage, then we don't have to do the division because 10% is representing basically 10 over 100. Is that clear, all of you? What happens if you divide? It's wrong, basically. Simple. Okay, if it's relevant here. Okay, so if I'm going to do again same thing here, equals 500 into 15. I mean, into this cell. So when I multiply these two cells, it's giving me 15% of 500. I don't have to do the division. See, just the multiplication only. Because I have put here cell formatting. So it's wrong here because percentage is in the right cell. So what? A into B and B into A both are the same. That's why I say to answer this question, you need all this knowledge. Simple. So basically, keep in mind that dividing by 100 is wrong. The main part which I was jabbering all this time is to tell you all that percentage, don't write the dividing by 100. Did you all get that idea? Simple. Forget about all other stuffs. Did you just get the idea that when you have these questions with the percentage, don't divide by 100? Got that idea? Perfect. Now let's start answering. Now, if you notice in this question, they have said that assume that this formula will be copied to other cells to calculate the contribution to the school for all houses, right? So we are going to calculate for other houses as well. Now imagine if I write the formula like that. That is the amount which is there in the G5 cell and the percentage which is there in the E. Now if I write this formula and go, okay, for this cell, I would write the formula in the cell highlighted in yellow color. If I write the formula there and if I copy it for the remaining cells, there is one thing that will happen. Always keep in your mind in spreadsheet, when you copy a formula from one cell to another cell, okay, in spreadsheet, when you copy a formula from one cell to another cell, the cell address in it changes. Okay, the cell address in it changes. So based on that, tell me if I have a formula called G5 into 7. Tell me, are both these values going to change, or only G5 is going to change, or only 7 is going to change, or nothing is changing? If I copy this formula from one cell and paste it to another cell, what are the things that's going to get changed? Exactly. I told only cell address change. So is G5 and 7, are both of them cell addresses? Does both of them look like a cell address? No. Both of them are not cell address. Out of both, which is actually a cell address? Correct. Only G5 is a cell address. So when you copy this formula from one cell and paste it onto another cell, only G5 is going to get changed. Is that part clear? That when you copy a formula from one cell to another cell, clear? Got it? Okay. So keep in spreadsheet, when I copy a formula from one cell to another cell address changes. Let me show you an example practically. I have written here formula. Okay. The formula written here is E3. No, I'm going to write here formula. I'm going to write here equals D2 into 2. Okay. D2 into 2. I put E2 into 2. So it'll make sense. I'm going to write here equals E2 into 2. So it's going to take the E2 value and multiply by 2. Right. I'm going to copy this formula. So Control plus C is a shortcut in the keyboard we use to copy. I'm going to copy this formula and I'm going to paste it here. Compare the copying formula and pasting formula. In the copying formula, you can see it's E2 into 2. Look at the top, you can see here. In the copying formula, it's E2 into 2. But when I go for the pasting formula, here, E3 into 2. So you can see here it was E2, here is E3. When I copied and pasted. When I copy and paste, cell address change, but the number remains the same. Is that clear? Got it? Okay. So there is a problem, right? This is a problem for us. The problem is, again, focus on what I'm telling you, okay? In the question, they have told that we're going to copy this formula for other schools as other houses as well. No, see, we're going to copy this formula to the other houses as well. So if I copy this formula from here and if I paste it for the second house we're talking here was a Lihini. If I paste it for the Lihini house, if I go and paste it onto this cell, there's a change that will happen. For example, if I go and write a G5 into E10, this G5 into E10 will get changed. Now comes the question, how does it change? Okay. Actually, the change will happen. The G5 E10 is that the cell address will change just how you're moving. Now, I'm going from this cell I have highlighted from yellow color. I'm going from the yellow highlighted cell to the pink highlighted cell. No. To go from yellow highlighted cell to pink highlighted cell, my movement is I'm going one cell down. Right? To go from the yellow highlighted cell to the what do you call the pink highlighted cell, I'm going one cell down. Is that part clear of you? You can see that, right? To go from this cell to this cell, I'm just going one cell down. Okay. Keep in mind, when you're copying a formula, when you're pasting a formula, the same movement is going to be done in a cell address as well. So if you're going to copy a formula and paste it to one cell down, all the cell addresses are also going to go one cell down. So below G5, okay, below G5, what is the cell we have? If you go from G5 cell one cell down, what is the cell we have? Correct. G5 is going to become G6. Similarly, E10 cell, from E10 cell, if you go one cell down, what is the cell? 11 cell. Okay. So if I copy a formula from one cell and paste it, the same movement between copying cell and pasting cell. You can see copying cell to pasting cell. I'm going one cell down, right? So the same change will be applied to each and every cell address. That is how G5 became G6 and E10 become E. in the pasting cell. That means in the cell H6. This will be the formula in cell H6. This will be the formula in H5. Is this part clear? What is the biggest problem most of you have? When I'm teaching you all that orange is orange, like if I'm going to teach you apple is red color, you all don't care about orange, apple. You all are coming and asking, sir, what about orange? How do I focus on apple, man? I'm talking about apple now. Why are you thinking about orange now? I come to orange. Focus on what I mean. Simple, right? What is the connection with field handle tool here? When I'm talking here about change of values, focus on what I'm talking. Simple. Okay. So focus here is what I'm doing. Imagine I have a formula in the B. So in this scenario, I have the formula in the what do you call H5 cell. Now in H5 cell, I'm writing the formula to find the amount collected by Hansa house. No. If I write the formula is equals G5 into E10. Okay, if I write this as a formula there for Hansa house. The question told that we're going to copy this formula for the other house as well. No? So below Hansa house, you can see the next house we have is linear house. If you look at here properly, you can see in this row, we are finding the formula for finding the value for linear house. So if I copy it from Hansa house and if I paste it for linear house, basically the H6 cell. H5 is talking about the cell I highlighted in yellow color. And H6 is the cell I'm highlighted in pink color. Okay. So if I copy it from the yellow color cell and paste it to the pink color cell, you can see to go from the yellow cell to pink color cell, I'm going one cell down, right? To go from my copying cell to pasting cell, because I'm going to copy the formula from here. I'm going to paste the formula from here. So to go from the copying cell to the pasting cell, you can notice I am basically going one cell down. Going one cell down, right? See, I'm going one cell down. So what happens is when you copy and paste a formula one cell down, even your cell address also will go one cell down. So G5 is one cell address, E10 is another cell address. So G5 cell, if you go one cell down, you have the G6 cell. From the E10 cell, if you have one cell down, you have the E11 cell. So normally, spreadsheet, when you copy a formula from one cell to another cell address change. How the cell address change is same as the movement from copying cell to pasting cell. That is why, if you notice here, I copied this formula from here and pasted it here. E2 becomes E3 because I'm going one cell down. So if you go one cell down from E2, one cell down is E3. Is that part clear? Got the idea? Now let's check, is this formula correct? Okay. Now, if you want to find the amount collected by the school, in your fake amount, the house collected and multiplied by the contribution percentage. For Hansa house, for Lihini house, okay, for Lihini house in G6 cell, for Lihini house in G6 cell, right, for Lihini house in G6 cell, in G6 cell, do we have the Lihini house amount collected? In G6 cell, do we have the amount collected by Lihini house? Look at the spreadsheet and tell me. Yes. So that part of the formula is correct. Why is my laptop stuck? So this part is correct. Now in the question they have said, you have to take the amount collected and multiply this amount collected by the contribution percentage. Look at the spreadsheet and tell me, in the E11 cell, as per the given data, in the E11 cell, can we see the contribution percentage? We can't even see the E11 cell, right? So in that case, we want this cell address not to change. Okay, the E10 became E11, right? We want this E11, E10 not to change. In spreadsheet, I told you a while ago, when you're copying a formula from one cell to another cell address change. And if you don't want the cell address to change, that is where you are going to use dollar symbol. The dollar symbol is used if you want something not to get changed. Now focus on this properly. If you take a cell address has two things. Okay, if you take a cell address has two things. A cell has a column name and a cell address has a row number. I copied from Hansa House and pasted Leany House. Tell me, out of compare these two cell address and tell which one do I want to keep it fixed? I don't want this to change. Which one should I want to lock? I want to lock the column name or do I want to lock the row number in this situation? Or do I want to lock? I don't want to change. So you can see when E10 became 11, it became wrong. So I don't want it to change. So if I don't want it to change, what should I keep locked? Column name or row number? Exactly. You can see here also it's E, here also it's E. There is no change in E. So that's a problem for us. But here it is 10 and here it is 11. This 10 becoming 11 was a problem. You can see in E11 cell, there is no percentage. So 11 is a problem for us. We want it to become 10. So if you want that 10 to be fixed, if you want a value to be fixed, what you do is you add the dollar symbol in front of it. So I want the 10 to be fixed now. So what I'm going to do is instead of just mentioning E10, I'm going to mention that as E$10. In front of the 10, I'm going to add the dollar symbol. So if I add the dollar symbol in front, it will keep that value fixed. Is that clear, all of you? So now if I copy this formula and paste, okay, now if I copy and paste this formula, G5 will change, but in E10, E can change, but the 10 will not change. The dollar symbol will protect the 10. The 10 dollar symbol will act like a bodyguard, okay? Imagine like a bodyguard in front of you and it's protecting you. Simple. Yes, the number 10 is a row number. E is a column name. So if I want a row number not to change, I add it. Did you all understand where dollar symbol is used? Is that clear? Where must we add the dollar symbol if you don't want the column name and row number change? If you want both not to change, to make the column name fixed, you put E like dollar $E. To keep row numbers fixed, you put like this. If you want both not to change, this is how you do it. Then E$10 is wrong? Yes, that is wrong because E$10 is protecting only E. It is not protecting D. That is wrong, Hannah. Okay, keep in mind, it's only in front. Bodyguard is there only in front because you go from left to right, right? Now, when you're reading this, do you read 10E 5G? No, you read as G5. So you're going from left to right. So now reading it, when the E symbol is there, like, okay, there's a protection for this E, let's ignore him. There's a protection for D, let's ignore him. So dollar symbol is in front of protecting you. It's a bodyguard. So if enemy coming from here, it'll be like, okay, dollar symbol is there, you can't change him. What if I put dollar front of E? Is it wrong? Ask yourself that question. Why are you asking me that question? If you put dollar in front of E, what is the purpose? It's protecting E, right? So do we want to protect E here? No, we want to protect D from changing. I told you, we put dollar in front of what you want to be locked. You can see here and here both are E. There is no purpose of putting for E. So it's compulsory to put for 10, but it is not compulsory to put for E. So for this question, the correct answer, there are two possible answers you can mention. You can mention your answer for this question as G5 into, okay. For this question, you can mention G5 into dollar $E, $10. If you want, you can put dollar symbol for both. It's correct. Apart from dollar symbol both, if you mention like this also, it is correct. If you mention the dollar symbol only for 10, that is also correct. Sorry. If you mention dollar symbol only for 10, it is also correct. Because this is a minimum requirement. Minimum requirement is we want 10 not to change. Is that clear, all of you? Is this wrong? Dollar E1? Yes, it is wrong because we don't want E to be fixed. We want 10 to be fixed. I told you, we put the dollar symbol in front of what you want to keep lock. You can see here, our problem is what? Our problem is 10 becoming 11. So for example, let's say if you have a problem in your hair, okay, let's say you have a hair fall. If you have a hair fall, if you go and change your spectacles, we're changing spectacles to stop the hair falling. Simple. If you have hair fall, you have to check your hair, not your eyes. But if you add the dollar symbol, so is it wrong? You mean after 10? Okay, so both are correct. You can add both. Then is it okay if E changes? Will E change? Ask yourself that question. In this question, what are they saying in this question? They are saying the formula is going to be copied to calculate the contribution for other houses. Where are the other houses there? You're going to go once. No, if you go one cell down, you have Leany house. If you go two cells down, you have Mayura house. If you have three cells down, we have Parvi house. So if you are basically going to go only once, if you are going to go only jump rows, when we are jumping rows, only row number change. So obviously column name is not getting changed here. Got it? E can be between $2 symbol. What do you mean? What if I put dollar symbol for both? I mentioned that already. After 10, it's wrong. Before 10, you want to put. I said dollar symbol is before what you want to keep it protected. What will happen if I write just 10% instead of $10? Technically, you will get marks because this question has not mentioned to use cell address only. But again, obviously, in spreadsheet question, they expect you to write in cell address. Why is there no dollar symbol for G cell? Because it's not a problem. That's why you listen to what I said you. That's why I went step by step. I asked you, is G6 correct? There's no issues, no. If you don't have eye problem, why should you go and check your eye problem? G5 becoming G6 is not a problem. So what should we keep locked? We add the dollar symbol only if you want to keep something locked. Got it? Can we put brackets to E10 and put the dollar symbol? This is not maths. You can't do that. We want both not to change. And that's why I said both are correct. I'm addressing the problem here. Always why you put a dollar symbol to solve problem. The question says we're going to copy it for the remaining houses as well. When I'm copying for the remaining houses, you can see initially we wrote the formula here to find for Hansa house. To find for the remaining house, I'm going to copy it here, here, and here. Now, when I'm pasting for all these cells, you can see I'm jumping only rows. When you're jumping rows, only row numbers are going to change. Column name is not affected when you jump rows. When you jump rows, row number changes. Because you see here, right? When you're going one cell down from H5 to H6, you're going one cell down. If you go one cell down, all of your cell address also will go one cell down. So up and down, vertical movements affects only the row number. Only horizontal movements affects column number, column name. And there is no horizontal jump. We are going only cells down. Got it? So therefore, it is not a requirement to put the dollar symbol. This dollar symbol is not a requirement. I said both are correct. If you write like this source, it's correct. This source, it's correct. This is the minimum requirement. Got it? So you add the dollar symbol in front of what you want to change, what you want not to change. Okay, next. If there's any questions, drop in the chat, huh? But be a bit specific with the question. Write down the formula to find the amount after contribution of Hansa House in cell I5. Okay, in cell I5, you want to find what is the amount after contribution. Okay, let's say I collected from the students 104,000. After I collected 104,000 from the students, I'm going to give 10,000 for the school. Okay, I collected 104,000. I gave 10,000 for the school. To find the balance amount I have, should I add these two? Should I multiply these two values? Should I divide these two values? Or should I subtract these two values? What should I do? I got 104,000. From the 104,000 I gave 10,000 for the school. So if I want to find out the balance amount remaining, because here's the amount after contributing. After you contribute for the school, what is the balance? To find that, you have to exactly, you have to subtract, right? So are we going to subtract G5 or are we going to subtract H5? Are we going to deduct? Who is going to get deducted? G5 or H6, H5? Exactly. We're going to subtract H5. This is the amount we're going to subtract. We're going to subtract H5 from which cell? We're going to subtract this H5 value, which cell? Correct. From G. So answer is going to be equal to G5 minus H5. From the total amount collected from the students, I'm going to deduct the amount Hansa House got. Is that clear, all of you? Understood how I found this answer? Again, what you do is you just go through the spreadsheet. Always, you get a question in spreadsheet, just read the column name it's there in, read the row number it's there in, and you can figure out the logics of what they're meaning by that. Yes, possible. The recordings I'll be posting in the channel. If you want to just drop the channel link. Write it as min G5 to H5. Like you're coming and asking me, what do you call how do I put this into English? Decent English. When they are coming and asking you what is your name, if you go and tell your grade, it's like that. What is the connection between min and this man? They're asking you the amount after contribution. What is the connection between this and min? I don't get you. How did you even think of min? That's like, exactly. Is it not necessary to put brackets after equals? Yeah, it is not necessary. When you write answers only in formula method, normally spreadsheet questions, yes. They expect you to write they ask me a formula, man. So yeah. Lavanish, I did the link in the chat. Okay, so what I did is I figured out the question is saying write down the formula to find the amount after contribution. So what I did is I went for the spreadsheet and you can see amount after contribution, which they're talking about I5 cell. Okay. Practically, I was thinking, how can I get the amount after contribution? So when I saw that row value, I can see they have mentioned the amount here, which we collected from the students. And here they have mentioned how much we're donating for the school. So when you say amount after contribution, the amount we have after you contribute for the school, what is the balance? Again, this is where I told you to answer spreadsheet question, you'll need a bit of logics, which is common sense and English. So it's the amount after contribution, the amount you collected is right. What is going to be the amount, the balance you have after you contribute? You subtract. Let's say you collected 1,000 rupees, you donated 100 rupees, now you have 900 rupees remaining. You subtract. Got it? That's what I did here. I took the amount we collected and reduced the amount we donated. Now I have the balance in the I5 cell. Shouldn't the contribution value you have to check a math, sir. 104,000 minus 10,400. I'm not going to answer that. Use it to answer. Or else find a good math teacher. Okay. Next question. Write down a function to identify the total amount after contribution in cell I9. Okay, in cell I9, I want to figure out the total amount after contribution. Use your common sense and tell me this value I can get. Okay, I want to find the total value after contribution, which means I have every house's after contribution value. No, these every values, I want to find the total of this. To find the total of this, should I add this value, subtract this value, multiply this value, or deduct these values? Exact. When they say total amount, the word total always signifies the sum, addition. So I'm going to add this value. In spreadsheet, what is a function we use to add values together? Correct. We use a sum function. Now tell me, what is a cell range I have to add here? Normally, cell range will have the starting cell's address and the final cell's address. Cell range means a collection of cells. So you can see I have to add these four cells now. From what to what cells you can call this cell range as? Yes, we are starting from the I5 cell and we are going up to the I8 cell. It's equal sum I5 to I8. This is the answer. The function we use to add these values together. Is that clear, all of you? Perfect. Next. The organizing committee decided to change the contribution percentage from 10% to 12%. Name two cells or cell ranges that will change after this modification. Okay. Tell me your answer in the chat. Let's see. Give me cell ranges. Don't give me cell address. Just tell me two cell ranges that's going to affect by this. Give me the some cell ranges that's going to affect by this. Yes. If you look at this scenario, what do you call the contribution for the school? To get all these values, right? I multiply the respective amount by the percent. So if the percentage change, all the values we have in this cell range will change. Is that part clear, all of you? That all these values in the yellow highlighted cell will get changed. Clear? Okay. Because to find those values, I have to multiply what do you call the amount we got from the students, the total amount we got from the students. I multiply this by this percentage. Though. After I multiplied 104,000 by 10% only, I got this 10,400. So for all these values, basically, I am multiplying by that percentage. So basically, yellow highlighted cell, they will get changed. Similarly, tell me, will there be any change H9 also? Nothing is there in H9. I mean, why should you bother about H9? This is H9 cell. What is an H9? Empty cell. Anyways, keeping that thing aside, tell me, will the change in percentage, yes, it affected yellow, just like it affected yellow, will it affect the cells I highlighted in green color now? Will that change this value as well? Yes, right? Because if you take this 93,600, I got this value how? I got this value by taking 104,000 and deducting 10,400. So if 10,400 changes, will 93,600 also change? If this 10,400 changes, if this value changes, will the answer we get here change? Yes. So therefore, this green color cell range, actually even this also will get changed. So this green color cell range and yellow color cell range, only both these values will change, right? So your answer here is going to be H5 to H8. Sorry, they're asking cell range, not the formula. 5 to H8 and I5 to I9. These are the cell range that's going to get changed, affected basically. The values in this cell range will get changed. Then E10 won't change. How do I answer this question? They are changing that, man. They're saying when you change that, what are the things that can affect it? For example, if I come and ask you, okay, if you clean your room Oh, that doesn't make sense. Let's say if I come and ask you, generate. If I come and ask you, if you paint a wall, what are the in a school, let's say outside wall, if they paint, what are the things advantages? Like the school will look pleasant, the school will look nice. These are valid answers. If you come and tell me the wall will be painted, that doesn't make sense. And we are painting the wall. I'm asking by painting the wall, what are the side effects or what are the effects? If you again come and tell the question back, doesn't make sense. The question is saying E10 is changing. The question is saying that we're going to change the value in E10 from 10% to 12%. So if they change that value, they're asking this will affect which cell range. What are the if I go and change that, what are the other values that will get changed? Can't we say H5 to I10? H5 to I10 is not two different cell address. It's two different cell range. They're asking two different cell range, right? So because they're asking two different cell range, I broke it. Again, I'll tell you, listen carefully. In this question, if you did followed me properly when I did the Roman number question number B, okay, what happened was they were asked, we found out how we found this value 10,400 now. To find this 10,500 answer, okay, what we did was we multiply the total amount we collected by this percentage. Okay, we multiply the total amount we collected by that percentage. Now, when we're doing this multiplication, right, you can see we are taking this cell address. Why is it black? This cell address and the cell address. The two cells I highlighted in pink color. We are taking these two cells only and finding the 10,400. So if this 10% changes to 12%, if the value in this cell changes, will it affect this 10,400? If I change the 10,000, 10%, 12%, will it affect 10,400? Yes. Right? Because you know that value is dependent on these two values. Okay, if the pink color values changes, definitely yellow is going to change. Because why? I'm saying pink into pink color, I'm finding yellow color. Right? So, what do you call? That's why I said all these values will get changed. Because, for example, here I'm finding Hansa house. Here I'm finding Lehini house. For every house, I'm doing the same process. I'm taking the total amount, multiplying 10%. Total amount, multiplying 10%. So if the 10% change, all these values also will change. That's why I said the lower color cell range. Is that part clear for it, all of you? If they did not mention two different cell ranges, can we write H5 to I10? Yes, you can. Okay. Now the second point is, if you do the green color cell, for example, 93,600. To get this 93,600, I took the 104,000 and subtracted 10,400. So now this is where you use your common sense. By changing this, okay, by changing 10%, if the 10,400 is going to change, tell me, will the 10,400 change affect this green color highlight itself? If 10,400 got, no, when I change the pink color one, yellow color got changed. So if yellow got changed, will green also get changed? Yes. Because why? For the green color cell, I'm taking this 10,400 which I have here and 104,000. I'm subtracting 10,400 from 104,000. So if these two values changes, that's going to definitely affect the green color cell range. That is why I mentioned H5 as one cell range, H5 to H8, I5 to I9 as another cell range. Got it? Is that clear, all of you? I'll give an announcement on that, Hannah. Wait. Okay, next. Identify the chart types given below. What do you call this chart as? It's a simple question. Yes, that is a line chart. It's actually a line chart. Huh? What do you call this chart as? No, this is the column chart. Keep in mind, column chart is what we draw is vertically, columns. Bar chart is like this. This is what you call as bar chart. Okay. What is the third chart? Line graph? Yeah, correct. Correct. The third one is actually a pie chart. There is nothing big in this question. How does the scatter chart look like? I'll show the. No, it's line chart. Bar and column looks the same. Nicely wear a spectacles and tell me, does this both look the same? This is vertical and there is horizontal, man. If it's columns, it's column chart. If it's horizontal, it's got it. Yes, by side this. We did that. Okay, next. Roman number 3. Evaluate the following equation, blah, 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 show the working. Okay. When you're doing this equation, when you're doing spreadsheet calculations, always you have to follow the bed mass order, where you do the brackets first, exponential second, division third, multiplication law next, addition, and subtraction. This is the order you have to follow when you're performing the calculation. So if you look at here, you can see there's a brackets first. Now I'm going to solve the brackets. When you divide 12 by 4, what is the value you get? Yes, 12 divided by 4 is 3. So I mentioned like this. Now tell me, what should I do next? Should I do the multiplication? Should I do the division? Should I do the addition? Or should I do the exponential? This is exponential symbol. Huh? Correct. I had to do the exponential first. So 2 to the power 3 is actually, this 2 exponential is 2 to the power 3. Yeah? The value of 2 to the power 3 is 8. So I'm going to replace that to 8. Exponential means powers. So 2 exponential 3 means 2 to the power 3. So that's going to be 6 times 5 divided by 3 plus 8. Now I have multiplication, division, and addition. So I'm going to do the division first. If you divide 5 by 3, 3 times 1 is 3, 2 remains, 3 times 6 is 8, 2 remains, 3 times 6 is 18. Okay. Now when I do this division, you can see I'm getting a recurring number. I hope you all know what is recurring number. Okay. When you're getting a recurring number, okay, now when you're doing division, if you get a recurring number, in such situations, you can swap. Again, keep in mind, when you're doing division and multiplication together, if you get a recurring number, then multiplication first. If they're close by like this, right? So instead of dividing 5 by 3, I'm going to do 6 times 5. So what is the value of 6 times 5? Correct. 6 times 5 is 30. 30 divided by 3 plus 8. So 30 divided by 3 is 10. 10 plus 8 is equal to 18. So the final answer is 18. Yeah. Is that clear? All of you. Anna, yes, but there are certain terms and conditions, like I told you here. When you're having recurring number, you do the one. Yeah, sure. Did you see what happens when you divide first? You get a recurring number. So that's wrong. Okay. Next. Fun fact. I'll drag the seminar. I will not finish at 8 o'clock. I'll drag it till 8:30. For the grade levels, if you're alone, I can give you a break after 8:30. But I'll be dragging till 8:30. Sorry on the delay. Again, it was not because of me. It was because of some of you. You can't finish the spreadsheet question in 15 minutes if I'm going to explain properly. Sorry, database question in 15 minutes. I will try to finish as soon as possible. Okay. Put the plus and down way. I'll try to finish the maximum. This is the last question we have. So yeah. Okay. So focus here, right? Exact time has slide. Instead of 5, we can take 6, right? What do you mean by instead of 5, we can take 6? Is this a fun fact? Yeah, it is a fun fact. Yeah, okay, we can. Okay, fine. How about logic gate page? I already told that in the beginning of the seminar. I told you, I don't know whether I'll have time to logic gate number conversions. If I have extra time in the first session, I'll that's why I didn't join the seminar on time. I told about the whole seminar, how it works in the beginning itself. All the pros and cons. Only con I need to tell you all is it 8 to 8:30 scene. I just had that in my mind. That's why I get there for safety purpose. Anyways, how did I predict it? If you're my class friends, you'll anyways predict it. Come here. Okay. So let's focus on this database question. The following are extracted from the patient database of Sun Hospital. List two primary key fields values and their respective table names. Okay. Normal in a database, right? The word called primary key means it's the field. Okay. What do you mean by fields are these column names, right? For example, patient ID, patient name, age, address. These are fields, right? So out of these fields, in all the tables, you can identify the records. Now, these are records. Okay. These are called records and these are called fields. So you can identify every record using a specific field, right? So the primary key is actually that field. Okay. It's the unique field which we used, unique field of a data of a table to identify records. The purpose of the primary key is to identify records. So if you take this table, if I'm going to identify every records, okay, I have to make sure not only in the given data, I should not only depend on the given data, I have to always check is there a possibility as well. For example, my all my identification has to be unique. So I had always ask this question: can I identify every patient using their name? Can I uniquely identify all the patients by their name? What do you think? Again, don't depend on the given data. Always think practically. Like, can you guarantee and tell in the world there will never be a situation where two patients have the same name? No, we can't guarantee. So always keep in mind, when you're finding the primary key, don't depend on the existing data only. You have to refer the existing data, but apart from the existing data, you have to ask yourself, can it repeat? So two patients can have the same name, right? So is it suitable to use a patient's name as a primary key? Is it suitable to use to identify records uniquely? Is it a factor that's going to be unique for every patient? No. Is age something that's going to be unique for every patient? No. Is address something we can tell every patient will have a unique address? No. But based on the given data, can we predict that patient ID is going to be unique for every patient? Yes. Every patient is going to have a unique ID called as patient ID. So that is going to be a primary key here, right? So the primary key you can mention here is patient ID in patient table. That is a primary key. Patient ID in patient table. Is that clear, all of you? Got it? Okay. Similarly, tell me, what do you think is a primary key of the consultant table? Again, keep in mind, the primary key value has to be unique. It has to be a value that will never change. The main purpose of primary key is to identify every record. So it should be unique. Yes. In the consultant table, you can see this consultant ID or CONS underscore ID. That is something unique for every person. So I'm going to mention that as cons ID. Okay. Now, if you look at the consultant table and always when you mention the primary key, mention field name and table name as well. So consultant ID in consultant table. Always keep in mind when you're mentioning the primary key values, okay, there are certain situations the primary key can be only one field. For example, patient table, you can identify every record using patient ID only. In consultant table, you can identify every record using only the consultant ID. But there are certain tables you can't identify records using only one field. For example, a the appointment table. Does the appointment table has patient ID that's unique? Does every record has unique patient ID? No. Does every record has unique consultant ID? You can compare these two data itself and tell. Now, as per the given data, you can see there is no repetitions of date of appointment. But tell me, can the appointment date repeat? Is it possible to repeat? Yes. For example, let's say you're sick, you went for the hospital today. Again, you are sick next month. Again, you're going for the hospital. So you will be making an appointment today and you'll be making an appointment next month as well. Right? So what do you call? And how it can repeat is on a specific day, if you go for a dispensary or hospital, can only one patient attend one day? Is it like in hospital rule, only one day, only one patient can come? No. So on the same day, can there be two appointments? Can two people have a put appointment on the same day? Yeah, if you go for hospital, there'll be hundreds and thousands of people who are visiting hospital. So on the same day, there can be several appointments, right? So in this table, is there like one field only which you can take as primary key out of the three fields? No. Because I told you, always don't depend on the given data. Always ask, can it repeat? Not is it repeating? Don't ask yourself this question, which is it repeating? Ask yourself, can it repeat? So if you ask, can the date of appointment repeat? Can it repeat? Yes. Two patients can come on the same day. There can be two appointments same day. Okay. I don't understand how patient ID repeats. For example, let's say I'm going to replace patient ID with the names. For example, let's say there's a patient called Amal. He is going to Dr. Silva on 17 January. The patient Amal, again, he is going to Dr. Kamal on 25th of March because again he got sick. So this is one appointment he made in January and this is another appointment he made in March. So the patient is repeating. Make sense? Yeah, obviously. So you're saying one person can go to the hospital only once. Is there a rule like that? Can't a person go and get medicine again? This is the appointment table. For every appointment you make, there's going to be a record. Now let's say there's a patient called Bimal. Bimal is also going to go to Dr. Silva, or let's say Bimal is also going to go to Dr. Kamal on 25th March. So 25th March, this doctor called Kamal, he has two patients to watch. He has to take the patient called, what do you call, Amal, and he has a patient called Bimal as well. So you can see there are situations doctor name can change. I mean, consultant names can be same. Even dates can be same. Is that clear? So it's possible to repeat. Always you ask yourself this question: is it possible to repeat? So the patient ID can repeat, the consultant can repeat, the date of appointment also can repeat. Is that part clear, all of you? Okay. So when you can't form the primary key using one field, you see by taking two or more fields, can you form the primary key? So if you can't with one, you see that you can do it two. If you can't with two only, you go for three. Okay. I'm going to label this what do you call field names as one, two, three to easy purpose. Tell me what are the fields I have to take together in order to identify records. Like if I take these two fields together or these three fields together, it will never repeat. What are the fields I have to take together? I'll write the combinations you all put in the chat. Majority of you all were saying one and two. Some of you all were saying two and three. Some of you all were saying one and three. Some of you all were saying all. I think these are the combinations I saw for now. Why do you remove me from the meeting? Please give me permission to rejoin. I didn't do anything. I just asked questions. Who are you, man? If you were spam the chat, I would have removed it. So okay. Let's see which is correct. Some of you all said one and two. No. Listen to this example. No. Amal came to what do you call take medicine from Kamal. No, so he's the patient and he's the doctor. Okay. So what happened was Amal, once he took medicine from Kamal, Amal was like, wow, Kamal is a good doctor. So Amal liked Kamal. So the next time Amal got sick, again in what do you call May also Amal got sick. When Amal got sick in May, he told the hospital, I don't want any other doctors. I want to visit Kamal only. But now not on the same day. He's coming basically on, let's say, 3rd of May 2024. Okay. So initially Amal came on 25th March, took Dr. Kamal. Again, Amal is coming to Dr. Kamal on 3rd May. So if I take the first two fields, that is doctor and patient, sorry, patient and the consultant, can there be a repetition together? Can they repeat together? Yes, that is why 1 and 2 is wrong. That's why 1 and 2 is wrong. Some of you have said 2 and 3, the doctor and appointment. Ade, just a while ago, I told you, man, does a doctor have only one patient per day? They can have hundreds of patients. Now you can see even Kamal in this example. Kamal is having one patient here. On the same day, he's having another patient as well. So a specific doctor, he can have multiple patients, multiple appointments per day. So 2 and 3 is also wrong. Clear? Now let's see 1 and 3. Exactly, practical thinking. Now let's say 1 and 3. On the same day, okay, Amal, on the same day, will he make two appointments practically? Practically, going for the doctor, will you make two appointments on the day? Normally? Even in emergency situation, you will not make an appointment. In emergency, you will directly go for IC. You will not make an appointment and go. But will you make two appointments on the same day? You know what is appointment, right? Exactly. You don't make two appointments the same day. So if I take 1 and 3, will there be a situation where Amal puts two appointments on the same day? No, right? So in therefore, to identify every records, I can take, which either yes, I can take the patient ID plus date of appointment. If I take both of these fields together, every record will have unique. I can identify every record uniquely because based on this. Now comes the question, why we can't go for all three? When you're finding the primary key, you're first of all see whether you can do it with one field. If you can't with one field, you go for two fields. Only if you can't with two fields, you go for three fields. Right? What if he visits two doctors on the same day? Normally, if you take a hospital, okay, but it's possible. Wait. Good question. Actually, if it was one specific doctor, for example, if you're going to meet one type of doctor means it's all of them are general physicians. If all of them are general physicians, then it is possible you'll have only one appointment. But if you go through this given data, you can see there's dental surgeon and general physician as well. So let's say you are sick. as well as you're having a toothache, or you want to have teeth replacement, or let's say teeth filling. Will you? So if you're sick, you might go and make an appointment for, let's say, Dr. Kamal. And if you have dental issues, you might go and make a this one for Dr. Sudhir. So in this scenario, there is a situation where you can make two appointments. Why we are going to make two appointments? Because there are the two different sections. But if all of them are just, then actually it doesn't make sense making two appointments. They're in different departments, making two appointments makes sense. Technically, here on the same day you can make two appointments. So in this situation, yes, we have to use all three fields. But did you understand how the process works? How do you identify how to select? Is that clear? Again, if you can find the primary key using two fields, you stick with two fields. Huh? Only if you can't with two fields, you go for three fields. If you can't with three fields, you go for four fields. You increase only if you can't. You might get diagnosed. Yes, I answered that. Is that clear, all of you? So basically, yeah, in this situation, we use all three fields. In this situation, the composite primary key is all three fields. So to form the primary key, if you're going to use more than one field, such primary key we call as a composite primary key. But still, he doesn't know. He wouldn't have to make an appointment again, would he? Yes, you have to make an appointment again because you can see appointment is respective to a doctor. So if he's sick, he has to go to Kamal. But if he's having a toothache, Kamal will not handle toothache. General physicians does not handle toothache. To handle a toothache, you have to go for the Mr. Sudhir. So he had to book an appointment for both two different doctors. So maybe he can do it. We can't take a composite key, primary key in consultant table. I told you, right? When you can form the primary key using one field, you stick with one. Only if you can't with one, you go for two or three. Right? So here, to identify every records, I need all three fields. So you can mention patient ID plus cons ID plus date of appointment in appointment table. In this table, you take all three fields. But just because in this table all three fields doesn't mean all the table it's like that. Huh? Always go through the record and see to identify every record. For me to explain each records, can't we write the answer to the first question? You can, but the second question is asking that respectively. That's why I put the second question. Okay. So the purpose of primary key is to identify records. So I'll be like, the first record is about the patient P333 going to C1005 on 12th of March. Patient P333, Dr. C1006 on 5th of April. So to identify every records, I need all three datas. If I use only two datas, there could be repetitions. That makes sense. Okay. So the idea of primary key is to identify records. If you can't identify records in one field, you use a collection of fields. And when you're going to use a collection of fields to identify records, we call that as a composite primary key. Only one field, primary key. Collection of field, composite primary key. Got it? So you see, to identify every records, what are the data I need? And when you're identifying, your explanation has to be unique, right? So imagine what you call the patient P333. Okay, as per the given data, he has gone for C1006 no, which means he has gone to Sudhira. Let's say apart from Sudhira, let's say he was sick, so he went to Kamal as well. It's going to be C1005. He went to Kamal as well again on April 5th. So April 5th, let's say this patient called PW, he had put appointment for two doctors for two different purposes. Because C1066 is a person related to dental, and C1005 is a person related to general physician. So because he had two different purposes, he had made two different appointments, right? So when I'm identifying the records, if I use only the patient ID and date, I'll be like patient P333's appointment made on 5th of May, sorry, 5th of April. Patient P333 appointment made on 5th of April. Now, if you look at these two datas, if I'm going to use only the date of appointment and patient ID to identify the records, there's a repetition. For both, I'll be like patient P this day, patient P on this day. See, the values are repeating. I told you when it comes to primary key, it has to be unique. Your identification has to be unique. So Instead, if I take all three fields, I can tell this fellow is talking about patient P333 visiting consultant C1006 on that day. Does it make sense? Why do you write the table name only for the last one? I wrote the table name for everyone, man. Here, in patient table, in consultant table, in appointment table. All three I wrote the table name. Is that clear, all of you? Got the idea between primary key and composite primary key? Always, finding the composite primary key, keep in mind, only if there's requirement to go for all fields, you go for all fields. Huh? Always use a minimal number of fields. You see, earlier I tried to use only two fields. But then after I went through the data, I told you there's a possibility. You can get sick and teeth filling book can do both at the same day. So always make sure you go to the whole database and figure out, is it possible? Is it possible? Always not your use this verb, but can it repeat? So think, this is where your user overthinking knowledge. I feel you got through. The second one, after date of appointment, you wrote the table name, but not for this. And this whole thing is one value, man. Patient ID plus cons ID plus date. This is one value. We are joining them together. I'm using plus symbol to join them together. So I'm doing patient plus cons plus date appointment table. Got it? I'm joining them as one value. Can't we write a composite primary key for Roman number one? I answered that question just a while ago. I mean, you can. Because composite primary key is a subset of primary key. Now, to understand what I said, you had to have maths knowledge. It's like this. If this is called primary key, this is composite primary key. All composite primary key is the type of primary key. Okay? Exactly, Gopal. Okay, Roman number three. Okay, one of you asked what is foreign key. Haven't they asked foreign key in this question? Anyway. Okay, they don't ask foreign key, so I'll just tell you what foreign key is. Foreign keys are basically, okay, these foreign keys are actually primary key of another table. So if they ask you to figure out the foreign key here, I'll tell you a simple trick how you can do it. First of all, find the primary key. Now, in the first question, we already figured out that this bug is a primary key and this bug is a primary key now. Now, using that, we're going to figure out the foreign key. I told you foreign keys are primary keys of another table now. So tell me, this patient ID, have we mentioned this in any of the other tables? This primary key we have here, have we mentioned it table? Yes. In which table? Correct. In the appointment table, you can see. So in that case, when the primary key is mentioned somewhere else, in the other place it's used, it becomes a foreign key. So appointment ID you have here is a foreign key. Correct. The patient ID in appointment table is a foreign key. Clear? I see where the primary key is a primary key there somewhere else. Now, similarly, in the first question, we figure out that consultant ID you have here is a primary key. Do we have this cons ID? Okay, this field, do we have in another table? Yes. Which table? Correct. Again, you can see it's there in the appointment table. So cons ID here, it's actually a foreign key. So we have two foreign keys here. One foreign key we have is patient ID in appointment table. Another foreign key we have is cons ID in appointment table. Got it? A definition for it? Go to PETA, go to Prosper Street, buy spectacles and come and see this. Or go to the ENT center in a hospital and go and check your ears. Anyone having any questions there regarding that foreign key part? No, only these two are foreign keys. Exactly. Okay, Ashmatul Hajra. I'm asking you how to go for where Vision Care goes and buy from wholesale, man. I'm going to ask you to go to supply itself to make you all spend less. Anyways, Arunika Pereira had an appointment with Dr. Kamal on 20th May 8th. What are the tables that has to be updated for this purpose? Okay. So first of all, look at the database and tell me, do we have a patient called Arunika already registered? Yes, Bilal. Yes, you can see we have Arunika already registered. So should we do any update for the patient table? No. If you take Dr. Kamal, do we have a doctor called Dr. Kamal? Yes. So should we create a new record called Dr. Kamal? No. But when Dr. Kamal has an appointment, okay, when Dr. Kamal has an appointment with the patient, as no, normally what will happen is this when he's while he's having the appointment, I mean while he's meeting the doctor, a value will get changed here. You can see there's a field called availability. This is to check is that available at the moment. So when the what do you call when Arunika makes an appointment, will the availability change? Will the value in availability change? The correct answer is not enough data. Actually, practically speaking, availability will not change when you make an appointment. Availability will change while you're consulting the doctor. Okay. But it will vary. There are situations that will vary. The given data is not enough. But I'm going to consider, but let's consider we're going to update. Doesn't make sense, but anyways. Okay. Because while you're meeting only availability get affected. When you make an appointment, it doesn't get affected. So there's two perspectives here. Okay. So while Arunika had an appointment, okay, let's go with English. They're saying Arunika had an appointment with Dr. Kamal. So while she's in the appointment, okay, uh, will the availability change during that situation when she had the appointment, when she was with Dr. Kamal? Inshallah, Shimza. Yes. While she's with the doctor, yes, it will change. Okay. While she's with the doctor, will the availability be yes or no? What do you think? Exactly. It will be no, right? While she's with the doctor, is the doctor available? No, doctor is not available. No, doctor is busy. So it's going to be no, not available. So it's going to be no, right? So there is a change in the consultant table as well. Is that part clear? We're going to change this yes to no. When the doctor is in the appointment, change the yes to no. Is that part clear? Right. Perfect. Now, similarly, tell me, should I update the appointment table? Is there any data I have changed in the appointment table? Yes, there is a change in the appointment table. I had to create a new appointment. I say patient number P triple two is visiting doctor number C1005 on 20th of 2020, May 8th. So I had to update the appointment table. So in this case, there are two tables I'm going to update. One is a consultant table. And I will be doing that in the next question. Second thing is the appointment table. Both these tables are getting updated. Now, the second question they have asked us to show the updated rows. I'll tell you a shortcut. You don't have to draw the whole table. Do like this. First of all, mention the what do you call table you want to update. So let's say I want to update the consultant table. So I'm going to mention here consultant table. After you mention the consultant table, what you're going to mention in brackets is every fee. Now you're going to if Arunika is going to have an appointment with Dr. Kamal, you can see I told you this no is going to become yes is going to become no. Available status will change, right? So in that case, if I'm going to enter the values respectively for consultant ID, I'm going to mention C1005. Then consult the second field value again the same Dr. Kamal, no change there. The next field value, that is what is going to change. So when she is having the appointment, yes is going to become no. And fees is going to be the same, so rupees 1,300. And the next field is going to have general physician. So what you do here is you mention the table name, put an arrowhead, and in brackets you mention every field's value. So I have mentioned here the first field's value, second field. Why can't I highlight it properly? Okay, I have mentioned the first field's value, second field's value, third field value. Kila. Respectively, front of the table name, I have mentioned the value that should come under every field. You have to mention all the fields value. Even though only this is getting updated, even though only this is the value that's getting updated, you have to mention the whole record. Is that clear, all of you? But the availability should be yes, right? Then only we can have an appointment, isn't it? No, ne. Here we are going to have an appointment. For example, while you're with the doctor, is the doctor available? While you're with the doctor, when Arunika has an appointment with Dr. Kamal. Now Arunika is inside with the doctor. Is the doctor available now? No. Does that make sense? So that's why I'm going to change the yes to no. That no, doctor is not available. Currently, doctor is Arvika. Now, just like updating the consultant table, I have to also update the appointment table now. So let me show you that. Again, I'm going to mention the table name, appointment table. And every field's value. In the appointment table, the first field contains patient ID. So Arunika's ID here you can see is P triple two. So I'm going to mention it P triple two. Second field contains the consultant ID in appointment. So Dr. Kamal's consultant ID is you can see 1005. So I'm going to mention here C1005. And the date they're making the appointment is actually on 2020, May 8th. So this is how the second table update is going to be. Both these tables are getting updated. So yes, you have to show both. But isn't the availability of the doctor depending on whether the doctor is present at the hospital or not? No. Availability is the doctor available for next patient at the moment? For example, if you have gone for hospitals, okay, where you have appointment systems, right? You will notice in front of in the entrance where the doctor is there, like there will be multiple doctors in the hospital. In top picture, there will be some like a board available, yes or no, Kira. Okay, in red color mostly. I can't remember the exact word, but mostly I think it's yes or no. So if the doctor is available, it will be yes. So you can walk in. If the doctor is available is no, that means you can't go inside. Doctor is not available for you to go inside. Got it? So while you're consulting with the doctor, while you're with the doctor is for this. This is not before Arnika appointment. Means before Arnika made the appointment, it was available. But while Arunika is inside, we are talking Arunika Pereira had an appointment. So while Arunika is with the doctor, after she made the appointment, now the doctor is not available. That makes sense. Before she made the appointment, he was available. But after she made, he's not available. So that's why I meant saying that yes to no. Correct? If a new patient had an appointment, should you yourself create patient ID or will it be given? You have to create. What is it, Halima? I occupied, unoccupied. You are recording the availability in the consultant table for Arunika's appointment. And why didn't they record the availability for other patients? Not patient, when consultant. Yeah, everything is consultant. Once Arunika is done, the no will become back to yes. Now, when Arunika is coming out of the hospital, automatically no will change to yes. I mean, the system will update the no to yes. If I mention only appointment table, is it enough? No. You have to mention both. Again, these questions all depends on the situations. So practical, if you take, once you're done with the appointment, you change that from your no to yes. Okay, next. You'll get half marks in that case. Anyway. A new patient called Randima Mendis, who is 25 years from Kurunagala, got an appointment to meet Dr. Shamika Pereira, who is a new ENT surgeon for 1,500 rupees on 2020, May 15th. Okay, first of all, they're saying there's a new patient. To show that there's a new patient, which table should I update? What time is the class being over? Once I finish this question, grade 10 is over. Wait. After that, I'll give a 15 minutes break for the grade 11s. Don't worry. Exactly. If there's going to be a new doctor, a new patient, you have to update the patient table, right? To show that there's a new patient called Randima, I have to update the patient table. Apart from the new patient, they've also told that there's a new, what do you call doctor, new ENT surgeon called Shamika Pereira. To show that there's a new ENT Dr. Shamika, which table should I update? Exactly. To show that there's a new consultant called Shamika, I have to update the consultant table. Now, if Randima is going to make an appointment to Dr. Shamika, okay, on 20th, see, on 15th of May, he's going to make an appointment. To do that, to show the table I had to update. Correct. To show that, I have to update the appointment table. So in this question, all three tables are getting updated. To show that there's a new patient, patient table. To show that there's new consultant table. And to show that the new patient is having an appointment with the new doctor, we are updating the appointment table. So all three tables are up. Is that clear of you? Clear? We have the blah, blah, blah. No, no, no. Didn't you want it in the beginning of the video, right? Those two are extra, only if you have time. Okay, so now let's show the update in the second question. Try the updated rows. I'll write the updated rows in the bottom. In Roman number 4, first of all, I'm going to say patient updating. So I'm going to say patient table. In patient table, the first field contains Gayatri put it to charge the non-sub. In the patient table, I had to mention the patient ID. Now, in the question, have they told you what is ID of the patient? Have they exactly given you the ID of the new patient? Should you know? But look at the given data. There is two things. For the new patient's ID, you can either write P triple five, correct? If you also write P 445, also you will be getting marks. Both are actually correct. The reason why I'm saying both are correct is because 445 is the next value. Okay, 445 is the next value. Why I'm saying 555 is also correct is because if you look at the pattern here, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5. If you use a common sense, what is going to happen after 999? Should be a question you have. So, as per the given data, it doesn't make sense if they're going to increase like this. Like if they're going to increase like 1, 1, 1, then 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Practically, this is not how how you maintain IDs. Okay. So maybe what do you call the question has said it was extracted from the database. So maybe the full database, we can few values. So that's why I said practically both the values can get marks. Not fake data, it's part of the data. Now, if you take our academic database and all, we have thousands of records. Is it practical to print all thousands of records and show you all? No. You can take only a part of the database. So here it's a part of the database, part of the table. Right? So both the answers are valid. Huh? So I'm going to take as P 444. I'm going to go as P 445. But again, like I told a while ago, P 555 is also correct. So I tell you all a fun fact. Now I'm telling you on P 444, the P 444 is also correct, P 555 is also correct. Within another 2 minutes, one fellow will put a message in the chat. So is P 555 correct? It's going to happen. But anyways, okay. So both the answers are correct. Again, I'm telling you, P 555 is also correct. The new patient's name. The new patient's name is Randima Mendis. So let's write Randima Mendis. Now, if you take Randima Mendis, his age is actually his age. No, they have mentioned his age is 25. So I'm going to mention 25 here. The next field contains address. Where is he from? Aki, fine. Why you asked it? So this is how you show the update in the patient table. What if P 445 ends up being wrong? If you do it for the exams like that, ask your teacher to prove me it's wrong. You can prove how P 555 is wrong, but you can't prove how P 555 is wrong. I always go for the most suitable answer. I tell you what are the possible answers, but I tell you what are the most suitable answers as well. Practically, P 555 is wrong unless it's given the question. But you can't expect the level of overthinking of mind for you all. That's why I said both are correct. But practically, if I was making the bit, I don't give marks for P 555. But yeah, how P 445 came? It was the next value I took. See, after P 444, the next number we have is P 445. Simple. The whole lesson, Ajmal. Apart from the appointment table, the consultant table is also. So I'm going to write a consultant table. Again, you're going to mention the values of every fields respectively. In the consultant table, the first field contains consultant ID. Okay, I'll tell you how I got these values. Normally, when a value is not given, if a value is not given, is a question you all have. If a value is not given, you see, is it a data that can be guessed? Okay. If you can guess a value, then you write it. Okay. If you can guess a value, then write it. But if you can't guess a value, then keep the value as null. I'm not going to explain what is null, but just keep in mind, if you can guess a value, then write the value you guess. But if you can't guess a value, write null. Now, for example, suppose you all wrote P triple five now. You all had a reason why you all wrote P triple five now. If you have a reason like that which you can justify, then fine, write it. But then a reason. If you feel like I can't, if it was like the age, let's say age was given. Can you like predict what Randhiman's age would be if age was given? We can't predict a person's age like that. So if age was not given, then you mention here as well. Okay. So if a value is not given and you can't guess it, that is where you're use null. Or else you can write whatever value you feel is correct. I felt P double four five is correct. Majority of you felt P triple five is correct. That's how you do. Okay. I have a reason why I don't like P triple five to be correct. Practically, it doesn't make sense. That's why I ignored it. But again, if you feel like okay, the pattern is there and you write, not a problem. Both are correct. Anyways, in the consultant table for the new consultant, they have not given the ID. Okay, but can you guess what the new ID would be? Is it a value that we can guess? Yes. What do you think is more suitable to take as the ID for the next consultant? Correct. The most suitable value we can take for the next consultant is C1008. So I'm going to mention that. Next field contain his name. What is his name? Dr. Shamika Pereira. The next field contains his availability. So once the appointment is made, he is not available. So I'm going to mention no. His fees is 1,500. So I'm going to mention that. And then finally, the last field contains type, actually a ENT surgeon. So ENT surgeon. Yeah, actually, he can check your brain. If you have a brain problem, you'll have to go and check Shamika Perera. No, wait, ENT means not brain, eyes and nose and yeah. No, no, not brain. To check your eyes and those issues, you can go to Dr. Shamika Perera. Why do you mention it and no? The reason I mentioned no is because who our this fellow is there, right? Randima. Randima is making appointment with Shamika. So once Randima has booked Shamika, now is Shamika available for this? No. Got it? At the beginning, you told someone to go, right? Yeah, I told someone to go as well. But yeah, finally, we have the appointment table. So I mentioned the table name appointment table. Why am I mixing blue and black here unwantedly? So just use one color. What time grade 11 starts? From 4:30 p.m. It was for grade 11 men. Didn't you see the message I post in the channel? The first session is common for both. So still the grade 11 is going on. 10 and 11 both. Only grade 11 session will start in a while. Wait for a month. But so the doctor should be available for Andhika. I am showing the latest record. Finally, how it should be. When this transaction is happening. Once everything is done, this is how it should be. Something to make the appointment, it's no. Nothing. I will again mention the consultant table. Unwantedly. Again, this yes or no is not going to make your answer wrong. Don't worry about that because this is out of your scope. We can't expect a practical human being to, I mean, a normal oral students to think so deep. So therefore, they'll be lenient with that. They won't be fussy that you mention yes or no there for this question. Okay. So yeah, appointment table. Sarah, yes, in a while I'll be giving last question. One for the last. And appointment tables, first record has patient ID. So I'm going to mention anonymous patient ID. Why am I thinking colors? Stick to one color. Then the second field contains the consultant ID. That's going to be C1008. The third field contains the date he made the appointment. So he made the appointment on 15th of May. So this is how you show the value for that question. Is that clear all of you? Again, I tell you all, this 4445, you can consider 5 as well. Correct. Here, without mentioning no, it's as well. Correct. Because it's a bit deep to understand how it works. If you have any questions, drop in the chat. Yes, seems up. Great. Okay. Question number 5. Mention the possible data types for each column in a consultant table. Okay. Now, when you take data types in database, tell me what are the data types we have in a database application like Microsoft Access? Yes, correct. We have text. We have numeric, also known as number. Jakub, yes. Then we have time. We have currency. We have Boolean. Yes. These are the 5 data types we have in. Okay. These are the 5 data types we have in what do you call database. Magic Khadija. We have to mention these in a chart table or should we write normally? And wait, man. I didn't still write the answers. Do you think I will leave you all without giving the answers? Wait. Okay, so these are the data types we have in Microsoft Access. Now, in this question, they're asking us basically the data for each column in the consultant table. Now, let's go for the consultant table. Examples for Boolean in data types true and false. In the consultant table, you can see there's something called consultant ID, right? What is the most suitable data type for consultant ID? Is it text or number? I mean, is it text or numeric? Yes. For consultant ID, it's text. Because keep in mind, when you say number, it should be containing numbers only. Numeric means it should contain numbers only, right? So you can see there's a letter as well, no? So you can't consider that as numeric. So cons underscore ID, that is going to be text. And then next one, consultant name. What is the most suitable data type? Yes, that's also going to be text. For the availability, what do you think is the most suitable data type? This is where the fun fact is. Practically, when we say Boolean, there are only two Boolean values. Practically, if you take Boolean, either it's true or Boolean can be false. But your teachers are there in your schools or in textbook or even in textbook, it's like that basically. In textbook, when they use the word Boolean, they always stick to this word called true and false. They just tell you that true of Boolean can be yes or no, one or zero. They consider all of them as Boolean. Okay. But actually speaking, Boolean is only true and false. Apart from true and false, there is no other values of Boolean can be. Okay. Either Boolean can be true or Boolean can be false. So because that error is textbook and that gap is there in your teaching as well. For availability, if you mention Boolean also you will get marks. If you mention text also you will get marks. But if it was true false, then only for Boolean you will get marks. Huh? Is that clear? How do we know? How do we know what? Do we have to write both? No, either one of them. I'm saying possible correct answers. Both are correct. What is the most suitable? If it was true or false, obviously Boolean, but because yes or no, I'll go for X text only. True or false. You can see the data. I mean, you can't see the data here. They have mentioned yes or no. If it was true or false, then correct, you can use Boolean. But they use yes. Yes or no is not actually a Boolean value. Right? So both are correct for that. Next, what is a suitable data type for fee? Look at the values mentioned under fee and tell me. For fee, what is suitable? How do we know if you have to choose Boolean or text? If it is true or false, it's Boolean. Simple. Apart from this, others on a text. What about consolidation type? That's going to be again text. How will I know if it's true or false? Ade, good. Are you aspot basically? Can't you see yes or no here? If it's true or false, it's Boolean. Because yes or no, it's text. You see the value. You figure out the data type based on the value we're going to store in that field. So in this field, if you're going to store true or false, it's basically what you call true or false. Boolean, if it's true or false. See. Definitely you need some. No, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Why can't we take it as numbers instead of text? Which one? The consolidation ID. If you take numeric can contain numbers only. Numbers only. I hope you know the meaning of the word only, right? So look at this value and tell me, does the consultation ID contain numbers only? Did your maths teacher see the number? Exactly, Hamza. Peak level, Hana. Then why do you write Boolean? I told the recording. But yeah, coming back to this question regarding C consult enable, is it containing numbers only? No, it's containing a letter as well. So because consultation ID is containing a letter, it is not suitable to have this as numeric. Got it? Then for rupee is numeric, right? No, it's currency. It's a currency, right? This is a currency. Azim YouTube. Aisha, yes. Use right depends. But normally we'll not get that. Don't worry. In your for your syllabus, go with the numeric. Don't go with text for that. Okay. Can't we take it as numeric also? You come and show me a proof where you can consider a letter as numbers only. Then I'll answer the question. You know what the meaning of numbers only, right? Numbers only. How do you say in English in Tamil? Numbers matram mattum than in Sinhala. What is number in Sinhala? Anke vitarai. You know the word vitarai, the word only, the word only. See. Anyways, Roman numbers are text. Right. So that's going to be the answer to that question. Every field's data type is this. Again, for availability, you can mention either one of the answers. Martina, Mattum, both are same. Yes, I know. Duck down, doom, and doom down. Is it Halima? So that's the answer for that Roman number 5. Then Roman number 6. Write the possible database relationship type between person table and consultant table, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's check. Between patient table and consultant table, are there any fields that is common? If you want to basically what do you call see database relationship, first of all, you have to see are there any fields common? So with patient table and consultant table, are there any fields that is common? Any data that is common? You have that same data stored here as well as here. So that is for the spreadsheet, not database. In database, practically yes, but again, that's out of your scope. So therefore, if you mess up that, they will not make fuss of it. But in spreadsheet, if you make it mess, it's a problem. Is it right, sir? Yes. If you compare these tables, okay, there is nothing that's common. When you take database relationships, keep in mind there are two types of relationship. I mean, there are three types, but telling in simplifying it, when you take two tables, either two tables can be directly connected with each other. For example, if I have table A, table B, and table C, you can see A and B have a direct connection, B and C has a direct connection. Now, these are direct connections, right? Both of them have a direct connection. A and B and C, they have direct connection. But if you compare A and C, they have a direct connection. When you compare A and C, does A and C have a direct connection? No. But does it have an indirect connection? Yes, it has a direct connection. The connection is formed through whom? Exactly. You can see the connection is formed through B. So when you compare here the table A, the first table and the second table, the patient table and consultant table, there is no direct connection. But go through the whole table and see, is there a table that has data relevant to patient table as well as has data relevant to consultant table? Both the tables, common data, do we have a table like that? Yes. What is the table we have? What is the name of the table? Exactly. It's the appointment table. You can say appointment table has details relevant for patients as well as it has a detail relevant to consultant. Both the tables, common data is there in this table. Okay. So in this scenario, patient table, consultant table, even though they don't have direct connection, they have indirect connection through the appointment. Now let me tell you how you can figure out the relationship. First of all, let me write the table names. I have the patient table and consultant table. To figure out the relationship, there's a fill in the blanks you're supposed to do. Focus how I'm doing this properly. Write number one here, put arrowhead here and a box. Number one here, arrowhead here and a box. Now answer my question. To figure out this relationship, we're going to use the appointment in between. Huh? We're going to use the appointment as a verb in between. Okay, we're going to use the appointment table like a verb in between. Okay. Now tell me, one patient, okay, can have appointments. Okay, one patient can have appointments only with one consultant, or can he have appointments with many consultants? Can one patient consult only one doctor in his lifetime itself, or can he have appointments with multiple doctors, many doctors? Exactly. I told you example as well. Right? I told you, right? If let's say Amal is sick and he's having teeth ache, he's going to make an appointment with Dr. Kamal for sickness. He's going to make an appointment with Dr. Sudhir for his dent. So one patient can have appointment with multiple doctors. Did I use the word at a time? Focus on what I said, man. I asked appointments. One patient can have appointments only with one doctor. Let's say doctor one, doctor one, doctor one. Or can he have appointment with multiple doctors? That was my question. You'll see in the English class. But anyways, okay. So one patient can have appointments with many doctors, many consultants. Is that part clear? That's why I wrote in there. Got it? Now, similarly, if you take one specific consultant, okay, specific consultant, he can have appointments with only one patient, or can he many patients? For example, if I take Dr. Kamal, can he have appointment only with one patient? All the appointments will be only with one patient, or can he have many patients? Exactly, he can have many patients. Once you figure out the blanks, just write them bottom. It's a many to many relationship. Boom. Many to many relationship. I will show another example because they did answer that question. But based on this method, I'll show you how you can figure out another question. Let's compare a patient table and appointment table. I'll justify. Wait, wait, wait. Again, we're going to follow the same template. One and blank, one and blank. Now tell me, look at the appointment table and patient table and tell me, one patient can have records relevant to many appointments, or one patient can have records relevant to only one patient. See, one patient can have records, many records in the appointment table, or one patient can have only one record in the appointment table. One or many. Exactly. One patient can have many records in the appointment table. One patient can have many records in the appointment table. If I take one specific appointment, for example, if I take this appointment which I highlighted in pink color, this one appointment is relevant to only one patient, or is this one appointment relevant to many patients? This specific appointment, this appointment is relevant to one patient, or is this appointment relevant to many patients? Exactly. That appointment is relevant to only one patient. To be precise, to whom is it relevant? What is the patient? Yes, patient P triple one is actually Janaki Silva. Okay. So that is relevant to Janaki. That record is relevant to Janaki. So one record in the appointment table is relevant to only one patient. Once you fill in the blanks, just write the box answers. It's a one to many relationship. Got it? How you figure out database relationship? One record here can be connected to how many records there. One record here can be connected to how many records there. Then what is the box right? Simple, right? What is the Minnelian English, Hana? How do we choose the two tables? I mean, that's given the question. I mean, here the question they're asking the relationship between patient and consultant table killer. Can it vary in every different situation? Up to now, in situations where it can vary, have I even once forgotten to tell you all, okay, this will vary, this will not work here. So, people have I told you one of my methods. Have I waited with if it doesn't work? Have I even once waited without telling you? No, Nick. If it doesn't work, I will tell you all the exceptions. I'll be like, okay, this doesn't work here. This will work here. Blah blah blah. That bottom mess, for example, I told you, right? Simple. So if there is, I will tell you. Don't worry. So here it has been MCQs. Okay. So basically, this is a method. I tell you again, this is a method which I created on my own. So if you just go and draw this doesn't mean that you'll get marks. So if you don't draw this, doesn't mean you don't get marks. These are just a simple answer. These are not there in your textbook or whatever. So you don't have to come draw this. The main answer, how you get marks is if you have just written the word into my relationship, you'll be getting 1 mark. But again, there's a justification as well. I'll come to that. Wait. Okay. This is actually a very easy method. But again, this is not an official method. It's a method which I created to make things easy. Okay. But keep that thing aside, just write main to main relationship. Then they're asking you for reasonings. Justify your answer with an example. So, how you can justify your answer is you can tell one patient can consult. So, first of all, you write many to many relationship. And how you justify this is you say one patient can consult many doctors. Example, P triple three is whom? Taraka. Taraka is visiting Kamal and Sudhira. Example, Taraka has appointment with Dr. Kamal and Dr. Sudhira. And then the next point you have to mention is one consultant can consult many patients. Example, Sudhira is consulting Janaki and Taraka. Is consulting Janaki and Taraka. Therefore, as many doctors can consult or have appointment with many patients, they do have a many-to-many relationship. Ignore my bad handwriting, but yeah, got it. So justification has to be made like a maths answer. Actually, what I've done here indirectly is what I wrote this in simple words. Okay, put it very explanatory manner. Is 1 to m. I just explain that patient can have many consultants. Can have appointments with many consultants. One consultant can have appointments with many. Therefore, they have a many relations because many patients can consult many doctors. Just convert this basic thing in from symbols to whole sentence. That's what I've done here. Do we have to give examples? In this question, they are told, right, justify your answer with an example. That's why I give examples. If not, you don't have to. Normally, they don't ask to justify. But if they ask to, this is how you do it. Clear? Wow. Those who joined just now, grade 11 guys. Okay. Actually, this seminar started at 4:30. 4:40 to be precise. In the session one, I focused on things that's common for grade 10 and 11. To check the channel, you would have seen the things common for 10 and 11 both was done. And then session two, which is supposed to start at 8:30, it got delayed. Okay. Again, from my end, it's my basically I like I completely accept it. But you all know the reason for it really. But yeah, keeping nothing aside. So just now I've done with the grade 10 part. From here onwards, I'm going to start the grade 11. So grade 10s you all can leave. But there was grade 11 students from the beginning. So I need to give them a break, right? How many minutes break do you want before I start the grade 11 content? Again, the seminar is not going to finish at 10:30. The seminar is going to finish at 11:30. Obviously, I'll give you all the I'll give you all the, I'll try to finish at 11 o'clock, but disclaimer, it can go up to 11:30. Yeah. Yes, Nabiha. No, actually, yeah, grade 10s all can leave. Grade 11 stay. Grade 10s all can leave. Boom. For how many hours am I teaching? 4:30, 5:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 8:30, 9. Around 4.5 hours. Wow. Sarah, Mariam, I'll check. Actually, my WhatsApp is so flooded. I'll check. Yesterday, I somehow replied 30 messages. And to reply the 30 messages, it took so much time. Actually, not 30, around 30 to 50 messages I replied yesterday. But still, there are around 300 more messages to reply. I'm coming soon to you. Wait. Don't worry, within today, somehow, within today, tomorrow, somehow finish the reply. Inshallah. Okay, I'll be doing that when I'm doing the question today. Sometimes 12 also. I'll not drag until 12. If I'm dragging, I'll give you a break in between. Don't worry. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, good luck for the. I never knew I had so much patience sitting in the same place for hours. To be honest, the time flew fast. Okay, so you all want a half an hour break because you all were there for like 1.5 hours. Those who join now, I'll be starting the next session at 9:30, not 8:30. Sorry on the delay. So grade 11s will be starting at 9:30 p.m. I mean, the only grade 11 part is starting at 9:30. Stay in the meeting, or else I can leave and join. Both are fine. The meeting will be running. Can OLL 26 batch join? This will be too complex for you. This is basically for 2024 OLL. So at 9:30, let's continue. Thank you, Jihan. Full hype at this point. You're going to be playing in our minds tomorrow morning. Hopefully, you'll go and do the exam very well. How many hours are we studying? And forget about how many hours you're studying. Think about how many times you're taking. Aren't you tired? I'm not tired teaching. I'm just tired of explaining English questions and maths related questions and common sense questions. In terms of teaching, I don't get tired. Also, you also studied, I was studying. Why did I study? Akdas, yes. Actually, yesterday, last week I started. Anyways, join tomorrow. Did not do much. Break how many minutes? Until 9:30. 25 minutes break. You didn't reply for me also. I'll check. I see a message regarding that some Mukakari sponsorship there. Whenever I message, I get instant replies. Because basically you message while I'm online. I mean, basically you message before class starts. That's the time I check messages. Fast. Just before class starts, half an hour. Good luck. Good luck for tomorrow's exam. Good, Ishra. Let's see, Abhilash. Enjoy, Shami. How could you stay 5 to 6 hours in laptop? My chair is crying, is it? Nice. Same link, right? Yeah, yeah, same link. Aren't you getting back pain sitting for this long? I follow ergonomics. You know what is ergonomics? Grade 11, lesson number 6. So, no. Yes, Arshan, yes. 9:30 starting, yes. Papa, I already explained it. Roman, oh, okay, the Roman number 4 answer. Roman number 4's A part is there here. You want A part or B part? A part is there here, B part is there here actually. B part. Exactly. If a record has data that doesn't need updating in a scenario, should it still be written unchanged? If it doesn't have to be updated, then why are you going to only if there's either one, at least one data that's getting updated? I can imagine I'm gonna most probably no, but let's see a bit. Why Sarah? Why Hazik? Why? You're welcome, Hannah. Good luck with the exam. The exam, you must have good sleep. I don't know. I have done exams without sleeping the whole day. Did you start classes for grade 10s? Yeah, only one. In Colorado, 2 weeks were completed, but Vellavathan online only 1 week. You're welcome, Shaima. Didn't you go to dash dash dash? Not now. I'll go later. Bit busy these days. I might go in May. Can you imagine, Shaima? Why do you think the paper you gave yesterday was hard? I will try to correct them. No, I did not correct. Actually, one student did both the papers. One jobless person did both the papers and told me that the online was easy and Corona was harder. What is it, Ishram? There'll be only one data that need change. So what about the other data? Should we write those as well? Yes, you have to write the whole record. In database, will they ask any definitions? Yeah, they can ask you what do you mean by data duplication. They can ask you what do you mean by data redundancy. They can ask you what do you mean by data inconsistency. They can ask you what do you call what are the four main components in a DBMS. Anything can be asked. Do we have physical classes rest tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow you have Ryan. What happened to that? It's there, Anand. ये petrol no adi wala. In recap class, what's the lesson going on? Recap class registration closed, Pratap. You can't join anyways. But yeah, I'll be starting. I started HTML yesterday. Yeah, online. Anyways, like I told a while ago, I'll be starting the session at 9:30. Sorry on the delay. Actually, the previous session got late. Lamha, you'll be getting that chance very, very late because I had to analyze the data. Let's see. But yeah, I'll be back in a while. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes. But yeah, right. Yes, 2 minutes. Yeah, but still I did not do it, love. Huh? Sir, I'll do it in the paper, probably. Break it. Hmm. I can feel it, Sarah. I think so, Mr. Why did you practice it before coming? It's Sarah, you only. 1 more minute. At the end of the class, can you show how to find A, B, C, D? It's not there in your syllabus, but why do you want to find it? It's the same method of ASCII and all those stuff, only, but only difference 8 bits. And the value assigned is different. When ASCII it's 65, but ABC DID it's not see ABC DID 65, it's different value. In which I saw in some papers, then they would have given you a hint like what is the value of letter A, and based on that they would have asked you same idea, same concept. ASCII it's 7 bits, ABCDIC it's 8 bits. The idea is the process is the same. You convert the value, the decimal value, and make sure that every digit is there in ASCII means 7 bits, ABCDIC means 8 bits. I guess we can start now. Let's begin. Will we get questions from the? Yeah, obviously, yes. You can actually you get selection questions, so you can decide to choose or not. Are these custom made? Can we have part ones? This is not custom made. These are actually license papers. I have mentioned it up that I have certified this paper from Lyceum Kela. Pardon, sorry. Right, let's begin. Let me just put some petrol because I put kerosene a while ago in my mouth. I put petrol for that kerosene now. Let's begin. So, hi guys. First and foremost, sorry on the delay in starting. We were supposed to start this session at 8:30, but then the previous session got late to finish, so had to delay this session. We are having a zonal paper, so it's same as yours. Confusing dots. Wow. I'm grade 10s. You said you will recording on the channel. You didn't put it. Come back to say that I did start with this. It is there in the use WhatsApp. Okay, wait. Let me put the recording channel. First of all, let me stop this and restart the recording for grade 11.